happens to fall during one of those passes, they will get 1 pickup per pass. If they happen to fall for a second time, then they'll be taxied down to the end of that pass as that pass is over. Now, the falls don't count against you, but it does take up valuable real estate in your run. So you won't get deducted any points for falling, but it does take up room in the course where you could be putting in more tricks. Now, after each of those riders goes and takes their run, their scores will be sent in to the WWA Ride Line app, and then we will have seating to go into the finals day happening tomorrow out here at this beautiful Botaski Lake. Huge thank you to Ricardo, Christina, Nadine, Sandra, Libor, the whole Botaski crew. They've been out here doing this for 25 years. And man, you can tell by the conditions that it just doesn't get any better than this. Botaski, not only the host of the Nautique European Wakesurf Championships, this is only one of the lakes on the property. Right next door, we have the water ski lake, where Botaski has been the host for the Nautique Water Ski World Series. And they are absolutely enthralled with all the water sports. Whether it's wake surfing, whether it's water skiing, Botaski has got you covered. Oh, looks like we are getting our first rider in the water to kick us off. And this is going to be Libor Hoopy. Libor getting ready, getting set to go. The throttles go down and Libor gets up. Your first rider of the day. Riding out there on that Botaski butter. You can see getting situated behind that Super Aeronautique G23 Paragon, dropping the rope and getting right into that pocket. Nicely done. Dropping back way into that wave and now accelerating forward. A nice job from Libor getting things going for us here in the beginner wake surf division. Nice big carve. Oh, trying to do a frontside board slide right there at the top of the lip. Unfortunately falling off, but hey, a great first part of that run number one, or pass number one, excuse me. Libor looking good. And as our first rider of the day, man, you love to see it. You know, the great thing about the Nautique Wakesurf Series and the WWA is that no matter who you are, no matter where you're from, no matter how long you've been out on the water, the Nautique Wakesurf Series and the WWA, they have got a division for you. So you see, whether you don't have to be a pro, you don't have to be some seasoned veteran on the water, you don't have to have competed in a ton of contests before. This is the beginner wake surf division. And so these riders, man, some of them are competing in their very first wake surf contest right here, right now. And you just love to see the enthusiasm on their faces as they get out behind the best boat in the world out here at this incredible wake surf lake at Botaski. Well, looks like that's going to do it for pass number one. You can see a quick replay here of Libor Hruby doing a great job. Popping up over the lip. And right there, wonderful view of the full wakeboard and wake surf lake out here at Botaski. Now the full course goes in between those two Nautique buoys. So as the rider gets up, they have a little bit of time to get situated, get comfortable on the wave before they throw in the rope, and their run starts right there at that red Nautique buoy. Now, in between the buoys, like I said, these riders can do as many tricks as they want. The judges, who are situated right there in the boat, taking note of every little detail of these riders and what they've got going on the water. Libor going down right there towards the beginning of pass number 2, but hey, that's okay. It's only his first fall, so we're going to get Libor back up and back at it here in just a bit. Again, those falls don't count against him. He won't be deducted any points. And like I mentioned, the judges right there in the boat taking note of every detail of the run. Now the judges looking for a full composition of both passes together. And they are judging on the drive format. Now drive, D-R-I-V-E, that is the acronym for all the components that make up the score sheets that the judges are looking for. The D stands for difficulty. The R stands for risk. The I stands for intensity. The V for variety. And E is how it all comes together for execution. Once the judges see a run, they put a full score on the entire run as a whole and give you a score. And to keep up to date with those scores, be sure to download that free WWA Ride Line app. It's the best way to stay up to date with all things wake. You can see big smile on Libor's face after getting done with his 2 passes, our first rider of the day. Hey, let's give it up, make some noise for Libor Fruby. Well, a great shot of that beautiful Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. That boat pulling every single rider today. And right here, right now, our next rider coming out of Portugal, we got Val Shashkov. Val running double duty this weekend, not only a rider in the event, but also helping out to orchestrate the event as one of our lead point men here in Europe for the WWA. Huge shout out to Val and all the hard work he has put into this event. Unfortunately, going down early on in pass number 1, it's probably because he's got about 1,000 other things on his mind right now. The athlete orders, the boat logistics, making sure everyone's signed up. But man, he's out there taking his turn to get wet, get behind the boat, and have a good time. You always love to see it. We're going to get Val picked back up and brought back in to finish off pass number 1. Well, here we go. Val back up and back at it. Surfing front side right now, which means the front of his body is facing that wave. Typically, the more comfortable position that riders begin surfing in, as you can see the wave, you can keep your weight on the balls of your feet right there in front of you. You can see Val dropping down real low right before doing some big carves, and then looks like trying to go for that frontside board slide, turning his back to the boat, but just slipping out a little bit. That's going to do it for pass number 1 for Val Shashkov. A great job so far. We're going to see what he's got left in the tank as we turn him around and bring him back down for pass number 2. All right, well, we're going to get Val taxied down to the end of the course and get him ready for that second pass. Again, so incredible that we have riders from all across the world coming out here to the Nautique European Wakesurf Championships. Even riders from the USA coming across the pond and spending time out here in the beautiful towns of Cecilia and Aranjuez. Just about an hour outside of Madrid. A beautiful countryside town. And obviously, one of the focal points that we love to have out here is the incredible water ski and wakeboard complex from Botaski. Well, right now, Val Shashkov back up, back at it, coming in for his second pass. And again, surfing front side, putting in some big carves, feeling out that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon wave. And Val doing a great job keeping his balance. Our second rider here in the beginner wake surf division, doing nice carves and now dropping down low, getting barreled back there on the wave, trying for that 360 down at the end of the course. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get it, but a great job nevertheless from Val Shashkov. You can see there on that Nautique replay, Val pumping from way back in the wave, doing a great job. And then just came up a hair short on that 360 attempt. Couldn't quite pull it around. That's going to do it for our beginner wake surf division. Coming up next, we've got our girls 13 and under surf division, followed by boys 13 and under surf. And at this time, we do need our amateur women 14 to 34 surfers. Start grabbing your things and getting ready. You ladies are on deck here in just a bit. That's going to be Molly Dawson, Letitia Pina, and Kinley Ann Maloon. Start grabbing your things and getting ready. You ladies are going to be up here in just a bit. But right here, right now, this young lady coming all the way from Orlando, Florida in the USA. She's no stranger to the Nautique Wakesurf Series and no stranger to riding with the WWA. Right here, right now, this is Emma Proudfit. She's dropping down low, throwing up the shaka to the judges. Nice ollie down there in the flat water. Carving up high, floating up top, and then dropping down low, putting in a bottom turn right before getting back on the gas. Touching all the edges of her board, checking all the boxes for the judges. And now you can see her prepping that hand, going for that 360, clean as you like. Nicely done. And Emma Proudfit staying busy on the board, getting down onto the knees down at the end of the course. You love to see it. This little girl having an absolute blast out there. And that's going to do it. A stand-up first pass from Emma Proudfit. Well, again, you see how comfortable Emma Proudfit is out there. She has been at so many contests, even at the young age that she is, being in this girls 13 and under division. Man, she's riding like a true veteran out there. And you love to see the young riders, truly the future of the sport, getting out there and having a blast. Now, you see Emma coming in for pass number 2, this time surfing backside. She's on the opposite side of the boat. Her back is facing the wave. That's how you know she's backside. Ollie down there in the flat water, followed by that drop knee. Now, when you're surfing backside, definitely a more difficult stance to stay in because you can't see the pocket of the wave as well, and you just don't naturally stand with a ton of weight on your heels. But Emma making it look good so far, touching all the edges of her board, even pushing off both feet right there, doing some yoga poses on the board. Nice backside carves. And Emma getting all the way down to the end of the course. Looks like that is going to do it. That's 2 stand-up passes for the young, the talented Emma Proudfit. And you know she's proud of that run. Love to see it. Awesome job from Emma making the magic happen. Well, coming up next, we have got our boys 13 and under surf. And once again, we do need amateur women 14 to 34 down at the dock. That's Molly Dawson, Letitia Pina, and Kinley Ann Maloon. Start making your way down to the dock. After that, we'll have amateur men 14 to 34 with Michael Peter Starling, Hugo Buggerin, and Jake Parrish. All right, Rodrigo Bugarin from Spain on the water. Nice job. Surfing front side to get things started, floating up top before dropping down low, and then blowing out the tail right there on that big front side slash. Nice little chop hop off the top lip. And now setting back in that pocket. Rodrigo getting ready for a couple more slashes down here at the end of the course. Oh no. And just slipping out on his toes. Unfortunately taking a fall, but fortunately for him, only his first fall in that pass, and looks like he does have a little bit of room in the course left to get a pickup and maybe squeeze out 1 or 2 more tricks down here at the end of the course. Rodrigo Bugarin doing a great job so far, holding it down for the boys 13 and under division. Again, you just gotta love that no matter who you are, where you're from, how old you are, how experienced you are, that Nautique and the WWA, they have got a division for you. And we love seeing these young shredders out here on the water, strutting their stuff, letting us know that the future of the sport is in good hands. And right here, Rodrigo finishing off that first pass, no problem at all. We're going to drop him down, turn him around, and bring him back through for pass number 2. Well, we want to give a huge shout out to the Waterproof Pro Shop. Located right here at Botaski, Waterproof has got all your lake and wake needs. From equipment all the way to snacks and food, be sure to go check out the Waterproof Shop down there at the end of the course. Well, Rodrigo back up, back at it, and putting in a big slash right there. Now getting up top. Nice little frontside board slide at the top of the lip, and then a slash at the wave. Again, surfing front side and pumping from way back on the wave all the way forward. Rodrigo utilizing the full face of that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon wave. And they're going for the 360. Oh, man, he had it locked and loaded and then just couldn't quite ride away from it. A great job from Rodrigo, closing us out here in the 13 and under divisions. You see on that Nautique replay how good he was looking in pass number 2. There's that 360. He got the rotation. He just got a little too high on the wave, and when he tried to drop back in, unfortunately, just slipping out. Coming up next, we've got our amateur women's 14 to 34 surf division, and we're kicking things off with Molly Dawson. Coming out of Orlando, Florida. Molly tossing in the rope and getting right to work. Nice carves from Molly, setting the tone, feeling out that Paragon wave. Now, the great thing about the Paragon is that you can customize your wave any way you like it. From the wake plate to the ballast to the speed, you can make that wave longer, shorter, taller, more mellow. You can put steepness on it. And man, no matter how you like the wave, the Paragon has got it for you. Well, so far things are going good for Molly Dawson, making her way down to the end of the course. A young lady originally out of the Midwest in the United States, but making the move down to Florida. And now she's been working, helping out with the WWA. We love having Molly around, making sure that everything goes smoothly. We're going to get her taxied down to the end and get her reset for pass number 2. She is our first rider here in the amateur women's surf division for ages 14 to 34. And going first off the dock, she's got the difficult task of setting the tone for the rest of the riders here in the heat. She wants to set the bar high for the rest of the riders to have to rise up to. And now Molly getting back to work in this second pass, putting in some carves and staying right there in that pocket behind the Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. Nicely done. Putting in some big frontside slashes. Floating up top before dropping down low. Oh, she's got to get on the gas right there, trying to save it before getting caught up in the whitewash. Unfortunately, just losing a little too much speed. But fortunately for her, only her first fall. So we're going to get Molly back up to finish off pass number 2. You can see here on that replay, she had a nice little floater and then tried to get back on the gas, but unfortunately just got sucked back over the wave. Couldn't quite keep herself in front of that push. And here we go, Molly's last shot to impress the judges. Tossing in the rope, putting in another big carve. Oh, and that's going to do it for her. Awesome job from your first rider here in the amateur women's 14 to 34 surf division. Give it up for Molly Dawson. Well, coming up next, we've got a young lady out of Italy. This is going to be Leticia Pina. Well, again, you can see an incredible view of the lakes. And Leticia says, andiamo, let's go, as she enters into the course. Getting set on that Nautique wave. Leticia ollie down there in the flat water, dropping the knee. Nicely done. And then deep bottom turn right there. Asking for a little bit of a speed adjustment, making sure everything is to her liking. And then nice frontside air right into that slash. Floating up top before dropping down low. And again, trying to release that board. Oh, and get that backside 360 under her belt. Just getting tripped up. Looks like she got about 90% of that rotation, but just couldn't quite lock back in afterwards. Let's check it out on this replay and see how it went down. Oh, man, got about 270 of that 360. Now, she does have a little bit of room left here at the end of the course. We're going to give her one last look at pass number 1 and see if she has enough time to go for that 360 again. She's getting set, putting in a couple carves. There's that in the course buoy. Looks like she's going to play it cool to the end and wait for pass number 2 before she unleashes that 3 one more time. Great job so far, so good from Leticia Pina. Well, you can see it truly an international affair already today. We've had riders from Spain, from Portugal, from the United States, and now from Italy. And that's just a handful of the countries represented here at the WWA Nautique European Wakesurf Championships. out here at the beautiful Botaski Lakes in Cecilia and Aranjuez. The perfect conditions behind the perfect boat. Who could ask for more? But right now, you're getting more with Leticia Pina as she is going switch backside right here, dropping down low. She's got her opposite foot forward and her back facing the wave. Oh, trying to go half cab right there. Going from her switch backside stance back into her dominant frontside stance. Unfortunately, just slipping out. You can see her getting situated on that wave, feeling it out. And right here, going for that half cab. She got the rotation, but just couldn't quite square up her shoulders to the wave after that 180. Needed just a hair more of rotation to lock back in on edge. Now she's still got about 3/4 of the run left to go. So we're going to see what Leticia has in store for us as she continues down with pass number 2. And here we go, back up, back at it. Italy's own Leticia Pina. Pumping hard, nice chop hop off the top lip, then blowing out the tail before poking the nose up and over with that frontside board slide. Nice ollie down in the flat water, trying for the 360, and man, that trick just not working for her today. An unfortunate fall, but fortunately it happened right there at the end of the course. That's going to do it for Leticia Pina, your first rider out of Italy, doing a great job in those 2 passes. Well, next up on the water, we have got another young lady coming out of the United States, doing it down there in Florida. We've got Kinley-Ann Maloon. And Kinley-Ann tossing in that rope, getting to work. Very familiar with the wave behind this Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. She spent a little bit of time behind some Nautiques in her day. Putting in some big carves. Oh no, just slipping out right there. Taking a fall about a third of the way down the course. That's all right. We'll get her reconnected behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon and let her finish off pass number 1. Well, Kinley-Ann, the daughter of Greg Maloon, president of Nautique Boats. So you know that she loves being behind this Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. Keeping it in the family, and you know what? The Maloon family, not just about the business of the boats. Man, they love actually using them. They are enthusiasts just like everyone else, and you love to see Kinley-Ann getting out there, putting in some big frontside carves. Nicely done, getting down to the end of the course, and so far so good from Kinley-Ann Maloon. Waving at the camera. She's all smiles. We're going to get her ready, get her set to go into pass number 2 here in just a bit. At this time, we do need our Amateur men's 14 to 34 surfers down to the dock. That's Michael Peter Starling, Hugo Bugarin, and Jake Parrish. Start making your way down to the dock. You dudes are on deck. And we're going to keep things going, keeping it moving, keeping it grooving here at the WWA Nautique European Wake Surf Championships. And right now, Kinley Ann Maloon coming in for pass number 2. She's tossing in the rope and getting back to work. Nice frontside carves there from Kinley Ann. Utilizing the full face of that Nautique surf wave. Nicely done. Popping up before dropping down low. She's doing a great job staying connected all the way through, keeping her balance going. And down here towards the end of the course, a big carve right there, trying to chuck some buckets at the judges. And unfortunately, taking a fall, but doing it right there at the end of the course. That's not going to mess with her score at all. A great job. Great 2 passes from Kinley Ann Maloon. Kinley Ann, the last rider in your amateur women's 14 to 34 surf division, rounding us out there. And now we're into our men's 14 to 34 surf. At this time, we do need our women's 35 to 49 surf start making their way down to the dock. Alexandria Gardner and Shelly Walker start making your way down to the dock. You ladies are on deck. Right here, right now, coming out of Lake Alfred, Florida, we have got Michael Peter Starling. Now, Michael Peter, no stranger to the Nautique Wakesurf Series and the WWA. We get to see him surf at many of these events, and we always love watching him shred. And check this out. Putting both hands on the board, he is going to attempt to lift both feet off, and you see it right there. Nicely done. Trying to get back in the wave. Doing that crow yoga pose. No feet needed as Michael Peter Starling does a handstand on the board. Oftentimes we've seen him even put in a couple carves while on his hands and then putting his feet back in. Unfortunately, couldn't quite reconnect with the wave that time, but he's having fun regardless. And now we're getting Michael Peter back up. As the throttles go down, Michael Peter gets up. Getting set on the wave. And right here towards the end of the course. Oh, nice job putting in some carves there. And going down after that into course buoy. Nice job from Michael Peter Starling in pass number 1. All right, well, Michael Peter Starling back up and coming back in for pass number 2. Tossing in that rope and now putting in some big carves on his front side. Getting down low in the wave and then going all the way up to the crest. And now you can see him setting back on the wave, utilizing some speed to try and launch himself into the air on that front side air attempt. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite get back on the gas after the landing. He's still got one pickup here in pass number 2, so we're going to get him reconnected. You can see right here on that Nautique replay, trying to get launched into the air right there. Maybe needed just a little bit more speed coming forward on the wave so that as he lands, he doesn't slow down so much to where he can't keep the momentum going. We're going to get reconnected with Michael Peter Starling. Let him finish off pass number 2 and see what he's got left in the tank. He's tossing in the rope. Oh, and it looks like he wants a little bit more of that handstand. Feet are off, and he is holding it this time. Oh, man. Trying to get it to the end of the course. It's impressive, to say the least. Awesome job from Michael Peter Starling, kicking us off here in the amateur men's 14 to 34 surf division. Well, you saw his younger brother ride earlier. Now it's older brother's time to shine. Right here, right now, doing it out of Spain, we got Hugo Bugarin. And a nice frontside air after some big slashes. Reaching down with the indie grab. Taking his backhand, grabbing the toe edge of his board. And then chop hop off the top lip. Another frontside air from Hugo. And again, taken to the sky. This kid loves to fly above the lip. There's that frontside board slide. Big frontside slash. And Hugo Bugarin making it look easy out there. Doing a great job in pass number 1. Definitely comfortable on the water. You love to see it. And especially from a Spaniard, doing it here with home court advantage. Hugo Bugarin taken to the skies behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. But he's not done yet. He's halfway home. And now we're going to take him the rest of the distance as we turn him around and bring him back in for his second pass. Hugo feeling it out, putting in some big slashes right there. Nice frontside lip slide. And just chucking buckets at the judges before tossing in the rope. Nice frontside air, getting loaded right here, way back on the wave, utilizing that speed before launching his board off the lip. And Hugo continuing on down, big slash. Down here, there's another frontside air. Looks like he's eyeing up the course, seeing how much time he's got left. Going for that 360. Gets the rotation, gets back on the wave. You love to see it, and even trying to air reverse down there at the end of the course. Hugo Bugarin landing our first 360 of the day. Great stuff from Hugo. Stomping it down, getting back on the gas and trying for that 180 right there, that air reverse. Coming up next, your final rider here in the amateur men's 14 to 34 surf division. A dude from my neck of the woods. Not only from the United States, but coming out of Texas, the Lone Star State. That's my home state. We got Jake Parrish coming all the way across the ocean to join us here for the Nautique Wakesurf Series and the European Wakesurf Championships. Oh no, and just digging the nose right out of the gate. Not how you want to start, but hey, that's okay. Sometimes you got to get wet and reset, and we're going to hope that that's the case for Jake Parrish as we get him back on the water to come in for pass number 1. Coming up next, we've got amateur women 35 to 49. So we do need Alexandria Gardner and Shelly Walker down to the dock. And amateur men's surf 35 to 49 and men's surf 50 and up. Start making your way down as well. That's Marco Prota, Raymond Colhune, and Greg Maloon. Oh no. Well, just a nightmare scenario for Jake Parrish going down again at the beginning of the course. Might be battling a little too much jet lag right now and looks like just slipping his foot off. That's what happens when you travel 9 hours on a plane the day before and then start trying to wake surf. We're going to hope that he can shake that off, shake off the dust off the rust, and get back in for pass number 2. A beautiful look at the calm waters here at Botaski. It just doesn't get much better than that. I'll tell you, yesterday afternoon, the wind was howling in Madrid. It was blowing so strong. But here at Botaski, they said the water was butter all day long, completely unaffected by the elements. They always have the smooth water here at Botaski. Your premier spot in Spain, not only for wake surfing, but also for wakeboarding, for water skiing. They have got you covered. For over 25 years, Botaski has been pulling riders on the water, and they are also the site for the Nautique Water Ski World Series. You can see the water ski lake just next to the wake surf lake right there with full slalom course, ski jump, you name it, they have got it. A big shout out to the whole Botaski team, Ricardo, Christina, Nadine, Sandra, Libor. They have been absolutely wonderful to work with, and we couldn't have asked for a better site to host the WWA Nautique European Wake Surf Championships right here at Botaski in Cecilia, Spain. We're getting Jake Parrish, the young dude out of the Lone Star State. He's going to get reset here at the beginning of pass number 2. And we're going to see if he can have a little bit of redemption run on his way back towards the dock. Things in pass number 1 definitely didn't go his way. But hey, you know what? Sometimes that's the way it goes. You don't know about the good days unless you have the bad ones as well. So we're going to see if he can make a little lemonade out of the lemons in pass number 1. Jake Parrish tossing in that rope. Getting to work. Feeling out that wave. Looking a little more comfortable this time. There's that flat water ollie. Definitely looking more comfortable. Carving it up. Oh no, just losing the push right there. Only his first fall in pass number 2. So we're going to get Jake reconnected to finish off this second pass. Well, as that rope pulls tight, Jake Parrish reconnects behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, the best in the business, and the official towboat of the WWA Nautique European Wakesurf Championships. Taking Jake Parrish for a spin out there. Oh, trying to get that 360 locked back in, getting the rotation, but just couldn't quite get the direction afterwards. Unfortunately, going down, that's going to do it for Jake Parrish. And that's going to do it for all of our amateur men's 14 to 34 surf division. Now today, on Saturday, day number 1, all the divisions happening today are in their semi-final round of action. That means that tomorrow on Sunday, we will have all finals all day long. And in each division, we are going to crown the winners, your 2026 European Wake Surf champions across all the divisions that have gone. And we're excited to see who takes home the trophies. Now, the Nautique Wakesurf Series not only happens at this stop, but it happens at stops all across the world. And as the athletes compete in the series, they are accumulating points that they take with them throughout the season. And then at the end of the season, we crown the overall series champions. So these athletes not just surfing for today, but surfing for the overall title as well. And right now, coming out of the UK, we got Alex Gardner. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get set on that wave. Hey, that's okay. Only her first fall, so we're going to get her reattached and let her finish off with pass number 1. Well, as I mentioned, today is semifinals day. Tomorrow on Sunday is finals day. But before the action on the water happens tomorrow, our friends at Wakewell will be hosting Wake Church, a short service happening at 8:30 a.m. right here on site. A great way to start your day with a positive message when you can't be at your home church on Sunday morning. Wakewell can bring it right to you. That's going to happen right under the pavilion tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. We hope that you join us. Everyone is welcome. And come enjoy Wake Church, hosted by Wakewell, tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Well, Alex Gardner Getting set on the wave this time, feeling out where that pocket is, making sure that she is dialed in just like she likes. And again, you love to see everyone getting out there, taking their time behind that G23 Paragon. Whether it's your first contest or your 100th contest, the WWA and the Nautique Wakesurf Series has a spot for you. Alex Gardner, traditionally more of a cable wakeboarder, but taking her time behind the boat. She said, man, if there's a board to ride and a boat to pull, man, I'm going to get out there. I'm going to shred, and you love to see it. Alex getting down to the end of the course that time, and now she's got one pass left to go. Then we're going to get started here in just a bit. We also want to remind our athletes and families that later on this evening, after all the action on the water concludes, there is still plenty of fun to be had off the water, as we will have a meet and greet right here at Botaski at 7 p.m. There's going to be paella. There's going to be some delicious Spanish food and fare for all the families, for everyone here. Be sure to stick around and enjoy some good food, some good people right here at the most magical place on earth here at Botaski. And Alex back in for pass number 2, utilizing the slack in that line and now trying to get reset here in that pocket. Surfing front side on her way down in pass number 2, dropping the rope. Oh, and trying to keep with that push, but just getting tripped up. A great job from Alex Gardner. And it looks like that is going to do it for pass number 2. Well, at this time, we do need our men's 35 to 49 surf, as well as our men's 50 and up surf. Make their way down to the dock. That's Marco Prota, Raymond Calhoun, and Greg Maloon. Make your way down to the dock. You guys are on deck. Well, up next, we have got Shelly Walker coming out of Knoxville, Tennessee in the United States, but taking her turn out here behind the boat. Shelly working for Correct Craft and Nautique Boats for many years, spending time out here in Europe, and now tossing in that rope. Shelly Walker putting in some frontside carves, nicely done. Blowing out the tail right there with that frontside lip slide, and then pumping hard before that deep bottom turn right into that frontside slash. So far, so good from Shelly Walker. Getting down low, dropping the knee. Awesome job getting right back up into her dominant stance and pumping hard down towards the end of the course. Trying for that 360 there at the end and nearly getting out of it. Just slipping back on her heel side edge. We're going to see if she can get that trick locked in under her belt in pass number 2, but so far so good from Shelly Walker. Well, Shelly, no stranger to the Nautique boat brand, been a part of Correct Craft and Nautique, doing the European sales out here. And Shelly, a huge asset to the Nautique team. And like we said, man, we love that Nautique, not only a company that's focused on the business of the boats, but man, a company that is focused on getting out behind the boats. Their employees, their presidents, their families, man, they love being on the water just as much as everyone else. And right now, Shelly Walker back up on the water and getting ready, getting set to go into pass number 2. Pumping hard right there. Doing a great job, standing comfortable on her front side. Nice big carves right there from Shelly, utilizing the full face of that Nautique surf wave. From all the way at the top of the lip, down into the bottom of the trough, and now pushing hard from way back on the wave before throwing on the brakes right there. Nice job from Shelly, showing how much room these athletes have behind the Paragon surf wave. Going for that 360 one more time. Unfortunately, couldn't quite come out of it, but still having an absolute blast out there. You love to see it. Shelly Walker putting on a great show here in the amateur women's 35 to 49 surf division. Well, coming up next, we've got our men's surf 35 to 49 division, followed by our men's 50 and up wake surf division. And then we'll have our open women's surf, followed by open men's surf. All that happening before we take a short break and let our judges swap out. Right here, right now, doing it in the men's 35 to 49 surf, we have got Marco Prota. Oh, looks like things weren't quite set. Marco trying to get up on the starboard side, while the judges must have had him listed as a port side rider. That's all right. We're going to get him reset, make sure everything is to his liking. The WWA and the Nautique Wakesurf Series always making sure that every rider gets a fair ride. And we're going to get Marco Prota reset here at the end of the course to make sure that everything is to his liking. At this time, we do need our open surf divisions. That's open women's surf followed by open men's surf. Jaden Harris, Keenan Kroll, and Alex Hudkins. Start making your way down towards the start dock. Y'all are going to be up next here in just a bit. But right now, it looks like things are ready to go for Marco Prota. And he's going straight into the air, launching that front side air so high above the lip. I think it might have surprised him how high he was. He just couldn't quite get the landing gear down in time. And check out, pumping hard, a massive air from Marco to get things started. We're going to see if he can clean it up, make an adjustment, and land that frontside air here in pass number 1. Well, there you have it. Marco getting back on the water, taking down the trick that took him down, and then following it up with an indie grab and the backside 360. There's that air reverse, that frontside 180 that he completes the rotation on, and then alley-oop backside 180 followed by that blender 360. Big slash right there on that frontside lip slide. Cleaned it up. Marco Prota having a full redemption run right there. After going down early, man, he got back up, got back on the board, and did it with a vengeance. You see how clean, how crisp he was out there. Getting back after it, Marco Prota showing us that that first fall was just a fluke. All right, well, pass number 2 coming at you, and Marco Prota coming back in for his second pass. Setting up way back on the wave, and a massive indie air right there, reaching down with his backhand, grabbing the toe edge of his board. There's that frontside 180, pulling it back this time instead of completing the rotation, but just getting tripped up as he tries to revert back to his dominant stance. Big air right there. You see on that replay. And then check this out as he goes frontside 180, lands it clean, but as he tries to revert back, just losing his balance and couldn't quite stay connected. That's all right. Only his first fall here in pass number 2. Still has plenty of course left in front of him. So we're going to get Marco Prota back up on the water. He's going back to that same side, wants to stay front side and probably get some more air here behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. Big frontside air. Love the amplitude that Marco is putting down right now. A nice big frontside slash. And now deep in the bottom turn, there's that swivel style 180 followed by the switch shove. Trying to stay on his switch backside stance. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite ride away from it there at the end of the course. But Marco doing a great job putting in a ton of tricks in those 2 passes. You see that 180 and then trying to go switch front shove at the end of the course. That's going to do it for him. That's going to do it for our men's 35 to 49. Coming up next, we have got our men's 50 and up wake surf division. At this time, we do need all open women's surf and open men's surf. Make your way down to the dock. Well, coming up next, another rider who is no stranger to the Nautique boat brand. Coming out of Scotland, We've got Raymond Calhoun. And now we're getting Raymond up and at him. Looks like we're getting things set on his surf side. Make sure everything is A-OK. Hey, we do want to give a quick reminder to everybody about the meet and greet happening later tonight here at 7 p.m. We have got some delicious paella and different varieties of Spanish food and fare that we would love to have you join us for. So bring your friends, bring your family, come hang out here at Bota Ski after the action concludes on the water. We're going to have a great time into the evening hanging out with good friends, good food, and having a good time. Well, Raymond Calhoun on the water, tossing in that rope, and now pumping front side, making his way down the course, staying connected right there in the pocket of that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, putting in the slashes, blowing out the tail right there with that front side lip slide. And then doing front side, board side, up at the top of the lip, back on the gas and staying right there. There's that 360. Nicely done. Raymond locks back in. And just in the nick of time as he passes that into course buoy. Awesome job from Raymond Calhoun. Doing a fantastic stand-up pass number one. You'll love to see it. Right there, that 360, the cherry on top of an already awesome first pass. Man, you love to see the athletes stick it when it matters most. Well, he's not done yet. We've still got pass number 2 for Raymond. And we're going to get him connected right here, right now. As the throttles go down, Raymond gets up. And he's coming in for his second pass. Tossing in that rope and getting right to work. Raymond looks like asking for the transfer, trying to go up and over, switching sides at the touch of a button. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite time it up. So tricky to get synchronized with the driver, make sure everything happens at the right moment. You can see him holding up his hand and then trying to transfer right there. That Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon switching from port to starboard at the tap of a button. showing you the versatility of the Nautique wave. It looks like Raymond gonna start on his backside right here. The backside surf stance. Now putting in some backside carves. And Raymond looking so cool, calm, and collected out there. Nicely done. There you go, trying to transfer back. And a great job from Raymond Calhoun. Getting all the way to the end of the course. Nicely done as he kicks off our men's 50 and up surf division. All right, well, right here, right now, you saw his daughter riding earlier. Well, now it's dad's time to shine. Doing it for the Nautique boat brand. He's not just the president of Nautiques. Man, he is a fan. He is a rider. And I just can't stress it enough that the Nautique brand isn't just filled with a bunch of suits. Man, these people, they love to shred. And Greg Malone, president of Nautique Boats, is a prime example. Doing a little hang five right there after the 360. And looks like he is going to go up and over, surfing the transfer from front side to back side. Man, Greg Malone having his turn behind the boat that he has helped to build, and you love to see these guys out there having fun. A true enthusiast of water sports, and that's what you want to see behind a brand. Greg Malone traveling all across the world to make sure that his customers are happy, his dealers are happy, but also to go and take a turn behind the boat. And man, I just love the enthusiasm that Greg and the entire Malone family still have for water sports. A great job so far from Greg in pass number 1. We're going to get him reconnected behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon for pass number 2 here in just a bit. Well, Greg Malone, president of Nautique Boats, back up, back at it. Pulling into the pocket, and this time surfing backside. You know, one of the components of the judging in this event is variety, and the judges love to see a rider surfing both sides of the wave, surfing with both feet forward, giving them the variety that they want to see. And Greg Malone trying to get that transfer from his heels back onto his toes, unfortunately falling off the wave, but putting in some big backside turns, even an ollie down there in the flat water. And again, trying to sync it up with the driver. Unfortunately, just fallen out. But only his first fall in pass number 2. So we're going to get reconnected with Greg to let him finish off this second pass. All right, here we go. Floating up top before dropping down low. There's that 360, and now pumping over. Oh, man, he wants that transfer so bad. Just couldn't quite lock it in. Had to rush it there at the end of the course. But give it up, make some noise for Nautique's own Greg Maloon. Well, next on the water, coming out at Table Rock Lake, Missouri, out in the United States, we got Jaden Harris. Jaden throwing in that front side air. And another front side air from Jaden. Picking up that back foot. A talented surfer for sure. We've seen Jaden out there many times. Oh, no. Just going down on that front side 180. Couldn't quite lock it back in, but that's okay. Only Jaden's first fall. Jaden, the younger sister of Nautique team rider Joey Harris. And you can see how the Harris family, man, they value amplitude over everything. Getting into the air, blasting off the lip. Jaden and Joey, both incredibly talented surfers. And right now, getting back into the wave. There's that front side 180, pulling it back this time. Jaden looking cool, calm, and collected. There's the 360. Oh, man, little bobble, but she's all smiles there at the end of the course. Awesome job and a great recovery in pass number 1 from Jaden Harris. You see on that Nautique replay, Jaden putting it together, getting that 360, locking it back in. Awesome job. So far, so good from Jaden Harris, the young girl out of Table Rock Lake, Missouri. And now getting back up for pass number 2. We're going to see what Jaden's got left for us. This time going on the starboard side of the boat. Surfing backside, and right there you see her back facing the wave, putting in some big backside slashes before dropping down low, grabbing the rail, and getting barreled back there. There's that frontside 360 from Jaden, and getting back on the gas. Nicely done. Doing it off of her backside stance. Check this out. Going to full balance mode. Jaden, not only a talented wake surfer, also a talented dancer, as luck would have it. So good on her feet, so good at balance And man, a great job surfing backside all the way back down the course. That's a stand-up second pass from Jaden Harris, holding it down in that open women's surf division. Coming up next, we've got our open men's surf division with Keenan Kroll and Alex Hudkins. At this time, we do need pro women and pro men surf down to the dock. That's going to be Catherine Lugand, Jody Grassman, Bailey Dunn, John Ackerman, Noah Flegel, and Joey Harris. Start making your way down to the dock. Well, right here, right now, we got Keenan Kroll, young rider from the United States, and a very talented rider at that, snapping that frontside slash right out of the gate. Then a big frontside air, grabbing mute, reaching his front hand down, grabbing the toe edge of his board. And there's the alley-oop 360 into a blender 360, but just losing the push right there. Right there, you see that big mute grab from Keenan. And then right here, snapping his board up, getting the rotation on that alley-oop 3, but as he tries to blender around after it, just getting a little too far back in that whitewash and couldn't quite keep in the push. Only his first fall for pass number 1, so we're going to get Keenan back up to finish this first pass. And you see Keenan getting back to work. Down here at the end of the course, there's that frontside air reverse. And looks like that's going to do it for pass number 1. Nicely done from Keenan Kroll. Right there, you see that air reverse from Keenan. Doing a great job recovering after that fall in pass number 1. Getting back on his board, landing the trick that took him down. And now we're going to get reconnected with him for pass number 2. Big frontside slash from Keenan to get things started. There's that big frontside air with a mute grab. Alley-oop, backside 180, completing the rotation. Oh man, it's deja vu for Keenan. That blender after his alley-oop just giving him trouble. A trick we've seen him do plenty of times. Just not in the cards so far for Keenan right there. Just digging the nose and can't quite pull out of it. Now, as I've mentioned, each of these riders gets 1 pickup per pass. So you saw him go down on that trick in pass number 1. Well, he got picked up to continue on the run. Now this is his first pickup in pass number 2. And Keenan going to see what he can do with the rest of the course. Tossing in that rope. And a big slash right there to get resituated on the wave. Nice front side 180 right there. Pulling it back to his dominant stance. Oh, there's the backside big spin right there at the end of the course. Trying to make it happen and unfortunately just going down. But that is our first look at a big spin today. Unfortunately not able to ride away from it, but gives you a little preview of what's to come. Keenan Kroll doing a great job. Right here, you see it, that 360 shove it while doing a backside body varial from Keenan Kroll. That's the backside big spin. And Keenan, our first rider here in the open men's surf division. We've got one rider left before we get into our pro divisions in the surf category. And right here, right now, this is Alex Hudkins. Alex, big frontside air, grab and mute. That front hand on the toe side rail of his board. There's that alley-oop style backside 180. Oh, man. And then trying to do the Madonna right there. Grabbing the nose of the board, kicking his front foot off. And unfortunately, when he put it back on, just slipping out. You can see Alex go for it right here. This launch into the air, pushing the nose of the board with his front hand while he kicks his front foot completely off the board. That's the Madonna. And now Alex getting back up. He's got about half the course left to go. Pumping from way back in the pocket. There's the little Madonna getting some redemption, taking down the trick that took him down. And then the Indy air reverse, reaching down with that backhand, grabbing the toe edge of his board. Oh, trying to get the backside big spin under his belt. And unfortunately, couldn't quite pull it down. That's going to do it for his first pass, but he's still got pass number 2 coming at you. At this time, once again, we do need pro women's surf, followed by pro men's surf, and even pro foil. Start making your way down towards the start dock. Once again, pro women's surf, pro men's surf, and pro men foil. Start making your way down towards the start dock. You riders are coming up here shortly. All right, we are getting Alex Hudkins back up on the water. Tossing in the rope. Pumping hard. Nice method grab right there from his backside stance. That's a tricky one. And then you see that half cab 180, pulling it all the way around to the full 360. And then kicking off, there's the backside Madonna. Taking the trick he was doing on his front side stance and taking it all the way to his backside stance. Going down on the 3 shove. Alex Hudkins came to play. And man, he is pulling out all the stops here in pass number 2. All right, Alex Hudkins back up and staring down the end of the course. We just saw him go for that 3-shove attempt. We're going to see what else he's got for us. Pumping hard. There's that alley-oop backside 360. Absolutely stomped it. Oh, trying to get that back big under his belt. And looks like just not able to ride away, but a great job from Alex Hudkins. Check out that Nautique replay right here. So much amplitude on this alley-oop back 3. You can see the full fins releasing from his board, getting the full 360 rotation, and then trying to lock in that backside big spin. That's going to do it for him. Hey, we are going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back with more action here at the WWA Nautique European Wakesurf Championships.
What's up everyone, I'm Team Nautique athlete Tony Iacone, and today I'm here to walk you through the 2026 Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. With award-winning performance capabilities, model-specific design elements, and the most innovative technology on the market, the G23 Paragon sets a standard for luxury, elevating every day beyond the ordinary. Let's check out what the G23 Paragon has to offer for 2026. The G23 Paragon comes in at 23 feet 3 inches in length, is 102 inches wide, has a fuel capacity of 65 gallons, weighs 7,750 pounds, and has seating for up to 16 people. It comes standard with 2,500 pounds of standard subfloor ballast, or you can opt up to the supplemental ballast option for a grand total of 3,700 pounds of ballast for amazing wakes and waves, all at the push of a button. Our engineering team created the whole design of the G23 Paragon to be both performance-oriented, visually striking with bold lines and detailed aesthetics. This award-winning hull delivers pro-level wakes and waves that remain unrivaled in the industry, making the G23 Paragon the highest performing wake boat on the market. While these wakes and waves are great for professional athletes, they are also customizable to meet the needs of any age or ability, so anyone can partake in the fun. Here at the front of the bow, the G23 Paragon maintains a deep V entry angle and tall freeboard, so you get a clean, dry ride even in rough conditions. At wakeboard speeds, the award-winning G-Series hull features come into play as the water begins to break more midship, creating crisp, clean wakes with maximum pop and smooth landings. When you slow down to surf speeds, the patented hull features at the transom of the boat come into play. Water wraps around the rear corners, creating amazing waves with lots of push from the front all the way to the back. This incredible wave shape is completely adjustable and scalable, so you can dial it in for all skill levels. The supplemental ballast option on the G23 Paragon is great for days when your whole crew can't come along. Designed to act as supplemental weight for your crew capacity, this option puts 1,200 additional pounds in the rear lockers and is plumbed in with dedicated pumps so they may be used independently. This guarantees optimal wake and wave shape no matter how many friends join you out in the water. The NSS, or the Nautique Surf System, is responsible for creating perfect waves at the touch of a button. Working with the running surface, you'll see that the NSS is integrated right into the hull design with wave plates that engage on either side of the transom at surf speeds. The wave plate extends outward and down from the transom to intercept and redirect the flow of water to create crisp, clean waves. Surfers can also switch sides instantly without the need to shift ballast or your crew inside the boat. Controlling the NSS is easy for everyone. Simply select which side you want to surf, and with the 0 to 10 wave setting clearly displayed on the Link Panorama touchscreen, the driver can make adjustments on the fly and customize the wave to the personal preference of the surfer. Here we have the NCRS, or Nautique Configurable Running Surface. This is an extension of the running surface that is key to the G23 Paragon's incredible performance. When you have plane assist on, the NCRS assists in getting on a plane quickly and efficiently, even with full ballast. Once you hit your set speed, it also plays a role in shaping your wakes or waves based on your settings. When you go into a turn, the NCRS automatically adjusts to keep the bow down, so you always have great visibility of your surroundings and a tight turning radius. Exclusive to the Paragon models, the G23 Paragon incorporates a fly-by-wire intelligent steering system that creates a refined driving experience unlike anything else. With the ability to adjust the rudder for different variables, our engineers have calibrated this system to provide a seamless driving experience at the helm. Standard on all of our Super Air Nautiques is the Nautique Surf Pipe. This takes the steam and emissions from the engine down into the prop stream to bubble up behind the surfer, so you always have a great experience while you ride. A standard feature on the G23 Paragon is the Nautique Integrated Steering Assist, which is this transom-mounted thruster offering precise handling with minimal effort. It allows you to back up left, right, or even in a straight line with pinpoint accuracy. It's great for docking, maneuvering in tight quarters, or even spinning a 360 out on the open water. To manually control the integrated steering assist on your G23 Paragon, simply reach up and touch the Link Panorama touchscreen or toggle left or right on your home command. For a more automatic experience, you can turn Auto Steer Assist on to enhance your steering wheel maneuvers in forward and reverse. Here we have our GoPro Quick Mount with dual transom attachments, an option on all Super Air Nautique models. Just mount your GoPro to this clip, insert it into the transom, and you're ready to get that perfect big wave shot. Our team has designed an app that is compatible with a wide array of Garmin watches. This app allows the surfer or the wakeboarder to control specific functions within the boat. You can control the speed, ballast, volume, surf side, and wave shape all from behind the boat. Optional on all of our Super Air Nautiques is our Nautique Surf Select. With the Surf Select remote, surfers are able to effortlessly alternate between their front side and back side with the touch of a button. This allows surfers to refine all aspects of their surfing without interruption, resulting in more efficient and enjoyable surf sets. Luxury, functionality, and unparalleled comfort drove the deliberate design approach to the transom here in the G23 Paragon. This yacht-like walkthrough features cascading steps down to the platform, and with the Nautique non-skid in key places, you never have to step on upholstery if you're coming from the dock or heading to the water. When it's time to relax, the G23 Paragon takes lounging to the next level with our convertible transom seats. Simply unlatch the seat back, flip it up, and slide the headrest in a position. These seats recline for even more comfort, and there are integrated flip-up tray tables as an added convenience. The G23 Paragon comes standard with this transom stereo remote, so you can get your music dialed in right before you ride or when you're relaxing in the transom seats and swimming off the platform. Right under the convertible transom seats, we have a ton of space for storage. Simply push this button to access this massive compartment that's perfect for wakeboards, surfboards, life jackets, and other water sports equipment. Here we have the board management system, which is a Paragon exclusive feature.
Well, we are about to get back in the action here at day number 1 of the Nautique WWA European Wake Surf Championships. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots all day long, and we are about to get our pro women on the water, doing it in the surf style category first. After pro women surf, we'll have pro men surf, followed by pro men foil. And kicking us off here in the pro women's surf, we've got a talented young rider coming out of France. This is going to be Catherine Lugand. You can see some of those scores coming in from the amateur divisions. If you want to follow along with the scoring that happens at not only this event, but all WWA events happening all across the globe, be sure to go check out the free WWA Rideline app. Well, right here, we have got Catherine Lugand tossing in that rope and getting right to work. Nice bottom turn into those slashes, floating up top before dropping down low, feeling out that wave. There's the chop hop off the top lip. Nice frontside air. Big slash from Catherine. There's the 360 and pumping hard to get back in the push. Nicely done. And now setting back in that pocket. Catherine looking for another one, trying to go backside big spin this time. Unfortunately, couldn't quite put the landing gear down, trying to get her feet back on the board, but just a little bit short of that. Catherine Lugand out of France, setting the bar for the rest of the riders here in this pro women's surf semifinal. And right there you see she got the backside 180 with her body, but then the board coming up just a hair short on that 360 shove it. We're going to get Catherine back up. Looks like she ran out of room there in pass number 1. We're going to taxi her down, get her set to go for pass number 2. It's always a difficult spot to be in first off the dock in a division. You want to set the bar high for the rest of the riders to follow and give them something to chase after and hopefully even stretch themselves to then, force their mistakes. But you do that at the risk of making a mistake yourself. Never easy going first off the dock. Sometimes it all comes together, and we're going to see if that'll happen right here with Catherine Lugand, your first rider here in the Pro Women's Surf Division. She's hopping back in to get reset for pass number 2. And here we go. This time surfing backside. The judges love to see the variety. A rider that has the versatility to go on starboard or port with either foot forward. Catherine unfortunately going down on that half cab body varial, trying to get from her switch backside stance into her regular stance. You see right there putting in some of those switch backside carves and then trying to do the body varial from switch to regular to get back into her dominant stance, and unfortunately taking a fall. Now, fortunately for her, only her first fall. So we're going to get her back up, back at it in just a bit. Once again, at this time, we do need our pro men's surf. John Ackerman, Noah Flegel, and Joey Harris make your way down to the start dock. Nice Indy frontside air from Catherine as she gets back on the water. Oh no, and just digging the nose on that second frontside air. Not how she planned it out. We're going to see how it all plays out. But check out this replay. She got a great grab on this first frontside air right there. Grabbing Indy with her backhand, touching the toe rail of her board, and then trying to just pop around and unfortunately digging the nose right there. Well, coming up next, a rider who needs no introduction, but we'll give her one anyway. A Nautique team rider, well beloved by everyone who gets to hang out with her. So talented at every discipline of the sport. Right here, right now, this is Nautique team rider Jody Grassman. Jody putting in some big slashes, then floating up top before dropping back into the pocket. There's a chop hop from the top lip. And now deep bottom turn into that frontside slash. You gotta love the power of Jody Grassman. She might be small, but man, this girl packs a punch in those turns. Big slashes right there. Deep bottom turn right into that frontside slash. There's the 360 locked and loaded for Jody Grassman. And now pumping hard. There's that mute grab on the frontside air, reaching down with her front hand, grabbing the toe rail of her board, and that is a stand-up first pass from a stand-up young lady. Jody Grassman putting it together in pass number 1. Well, you can see here on that Nautique team replay, you got Jody Grassman just putting on the sauce all the way down in pass number 1. Now, she is no stranger to this Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon wave. It's what she trains behind, rides behind all day, every day back home in Florida. And we are getting her back into the action, feeling right at home, even though she's an ocean away. Jody Grassman knows this wave better than just about anyone else. Big frontside air to get things going for pass number 2. And then kicking off that front foot, little ollie north from Jody. There's the body varial, making her body do the 180 while her board stays the same. And then the switch body varial, getting back into her dominant stance. Oh, trying to go alley-oop, backside 360. Unfortunately, taking a fall. But looks like with good course management, Jody Grassman going to have enough time to get picked up, get reset on her board, and smash out a couple more tricks down here at the end of the course. All right, well, that rope pulls tight, the throttles go down, and Jody Grassman gets up for the last time here in the semifinals for her. Nice job getting the transfer from her front side to her backside, and then trying to go with that front side 360 from her backside stance. Unfortunately falling off, but man, a great job from Jody. And check out this replay where you can see the transfer going down. Knows how to time it perfectly right there. That's a Nautique team athlete for you. Jody making it happen and doing an awesome job all the way down the course. You love to see it. Well, last but certainly not least, here in the Pro Women's Surf Division, another Nautique team athlete. After her, we will be done with the Pro Women, because right here, this is Bailey Dunn. Originally out of Utah, but now she's been calling Florida her home, spending a ton of time there surfing and traveling with the Nautique boat brand. Big frontside air, and then dropping off that top lip. Bailey going alley-oop, backside 180. Nicely done from Bailey Dunn. There's the big slash. Body varial down in the flat water. And now going switch backside. Bailey showing the judges she is fully ambidextrous out there. She can ride with either foot forward. It doesn't matter for her. She's pulling in, getting barreled behind the Paragon. And looks like that's going to do it for pass number 1. A stand-up first pass from Nautique team athlete Bailey Dunn. You can check out that Nautique replay. Bailey getting barreled back there. Ducking down in the curl of the wave. You love to see it. Bailey with the Nautique boat brand for a handful of years, and man, every time we see this girl ride, she gets better and better. Traditionally known more for her skim style riding, but man, definitely impressive on the surf style as well. And now Bailey getting back up and getting ready for pass number 2. Tossing in the rope and getting right to work. Deep bottom turn right there before that front side slash. Oh, trying to get the shove it under lock. Unfortunately, couldn't quite find the combination for that one. But do not fear. Bailey Dunn still has 1 pickup left here in pass number 2. You see here on that replay, setting up for it. She got the pop. She got the rotation. Looks like she just landed with her chest down and not able to recover. You know what they say, if you look down, you fall down. We're going to see if Bailey Dunn can make the correction. Again, traditionally a skim style rider, but you love to see those skim style riders taking their skim style and applying it into the surf style discipline. Bailey Dunn, full evidence of that, and again going for that backside shove it. Unfortunately, couldn't quite put it down, but a great job nevertheless from her and the rest of the pro women surf semifinalists. Coming up next, we've got pro men surf semifinals with John Ackerman, Noah Flegel, and Joey Harris. After that, we'll have pro men foil, and then we'll be in the skim discipline for the rest of the day. Getting stuff started for us here in pro men surf out of DeLand, Florida. Recently getting married, and a big congratulations to he and his wife. Right here, right now, we've got Nautique team athlete John Ackerman. John, big front side air, reaching down with that backhand, grabbing Indy way above the lip. There's the alley-oop, backside 360, clean as you like. Big front side 180, pulling it back. John Ackerman, so focused on the amplitude. There's that air reverse. You love to see it. He's so smooth. Not only a talented wake surfer, a talented ocean surfer as well. There's the shove to shove combo. And down here at the end, oh man, trying to go with that transfer front side 180. That would have been special to see for sure. Check this out. There's the shove, grabbing mute on it as well. And then down here towards the end, oh man, he got the transfer. Looks like came up just a hair short on the distance. May have just cased the top of the wake right there as he tried to switch from one wave to the next. But doing that with a front side 180, definitely difficult. John Ackerman, he has spent plenty of time behind the Nautique boat brand, a Nautique team athlete for a number of years. And man, such a talented surfer, such a nice all-around guy. Nautique hosting the regattas all across the U.S. and John Ackerman, always a fan favorite to get out there, to surf with, to hang with. And we're going to see what he's got left in the tank for pass number 2. Already seen so many big banger tricks from John, but he's always got something else up his sleeve. And we're going to see what he's able to pull out here in pass number 2. All right. John getting back up, refamiliarizing himself, and going right to work. Nice little shifty air right there, poking the nose of the board up and over the wave before pulling it right back. There's that alley-oop 360. That one may have been down in the flat water. Oh, and there's that 180 transfer from John. It took him down at the end of pass 1, but he got connected with it pass number 2. And then going with that backside 360 from his backside stance. There's the 360 shove it. Call him butter because he's on a roll right now. John going backside big spin from his backside stance as well. Unfortunately, couldn't quite pull it down, but it happened right there at the end of the course anyway. Check out this Nautique replay right here. You're about to see that transfer going 180 up and over, so smooth from John, making it look too easy. A great job from Nautique team athlete John Ackerman here in the semifinals. Well, last but certainly not least, in the Pro Men's Surf Division. Oh, excuse me, not last nor least. But we have Nautique team athlete Noah Flegel on the water. And man, oh man, no matter what device this guy rides, he is top of the class for sure. Wake surfing, no exception. Noah getting blasted off that wave. 360s backside and front side. And then huge Madonna kicking off that front foot. Then Noah going to work with the passion pop, reverting out of it. And then body varial back into his dominant stance. Noah, another rider, so familiar with this Nautique wave, a Nautique team athlete for many, many years. There's the 3 shove down at the end of the course. And wow, Noah Flegel absolutely in fuego right now. So many tricks in pass number 1. Nautique team athlete Noah Flegel putting on a clinic out there at Bota Ski, and he is absolutely crushing it. Well, that's 1 pass down, 1 pass left to go, and so far Noah Flegel has had no bobbles at all. Whether he's on a wakeboard, a wake skate, a wake surf, even surfing the ocean, this dude knows how to ride and can do it with the best in the world. One of the best all-around, if not the best all-around water sports athletes. Noah Flegel, back up, back at it, and doing it for the Nautique boat brand. Very familiar with this Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon wave. That's what he's got back at his home in South Florida. Oh, trying to get that front side 360 happening all in the air and just getting caught up right there. Couldn't quite keep his edge out of the water. Noah Flegel, one of those riders that oftentimes, even when he has a bobble, he's able to recover and make it look so smooth. You rarely see him fall. But thankfully for him, only his first fall, so we're going to get Noah back in to finish off pass number 2. All right, the throttles go down, and Nautique team athlete Noah Flegel gets up, tossing in that rope. There's that passion pop. And now surfing backside. Oh, there's the switch front big spin to get back to regular. Doing it on a surf style board. So difficult. Oh no. Trying for that front side 180 transfer. Unfortunately going down. Looks like that's going to do it for Noah, but check out this backside run right here. You see that switch frontside big spin from Noah, and then asking for that transfer. He got the distance, looks like just got caught in the whitewash right there. Not able to stick it out, but a great job nevertheless from Noah Flegel. Well, now we're up to our last rider. Again, from one Nautique athlete to the next. We saw his younger sister ride earlier. Well, now it's older brother's time to shine. Coming out of Table Rock Lake, Missouri, and doing it for Nautique Boats. One of the most explosive surfers ever. Right here, right now, this is Joey Harris. And Joey deep in that bottom turn, right into the frontside slash. Massive alley-oop backside 180 from Joey. And now coming back in, huge frontside 180, kicking the fins way up before reverting out of it. Big alley-oop, 1-footer right there with the 360. And then there's the front side 360. Again, just meters above the lip. There's the front side big spin for Joey Harris, doing it off of his front side stance. So difficult. And then huge passion pop big spin right there. Joey Harris, absolutely awesome in pass number 1. It just doesn't get much better than that. You see how much amplitude Joey gets above the lip. You just can't get any better than that. So in control and yet so huge at the same time. Joey Harris been with the Nautique boat brand for a handful of years, and man, like a fine Spanish wine, he just gets better and better with age. He's getting ready, getting set to go into pass number 2. And right here you see him surfing switch backside. Joey, massive melon grab right there, poking it out, even getting into the method territory. Huge backside 3 shove off of his backside stance. Again, so high above the lip. Big backside Madonna right there, kicking off his front foot way behind him. Oh no, just a little off kilter as he tried for that backside big spin off of his backside stance. You see on this replay, there's that 3 shove. Well, watch the second he takes off. Looks like he pushes a little too hard away from the wave as he wanted that backside big spin and just sent him a little too deep into the flats, not able to recover. But thankfully for him, only his first fall. So we're going to get Joey Harris back up to finish off pass number 2 and see what this Nautique team athlete has got left in the tank. All right, well, Joey Harris tossing in the rope and getting right back to business. Pumping hard from his backside. There's that backside big spin from his backside stance. He is stoked. Joey Harris taking it down to the end of the course. And looks like that's going to do it for him. Awesome job. Give it up, make some noise for all 3 of those Nautique team athletes. John Ackerman, Noah Flegel, and that dude right there, Joey Harris. Absolutely awesome from those 3 Nautique athletes. Well, coming up next, we have got the Pro Foil happening. We have got Alex Hudkins on the water, your first rider in the unstrapped foil division. And you can see how the foil works right there. Your eyes are not deceiving you. That board is hovering over the water. And right there you can see why as he launches that wing out of the water. It's that wing that helps the board fly up above the water. So the riders aren't really riding the board. They're riding the wing underneath the water and able to get that frictionless pull all the way down the lake right there, trying to go with that backside 360. Unfortunately, coming unglued for Alex Hudkins. But man, foiling, what a feeling. If you haven't tried it, you have got to take the chance because it is unlike anything you've ever done. And man, it feels so good as you fly above the water. Looks like Alex might have a little bit of room left here in pass number 1. So we're going to get him down to the end of the course. And here he goes, back up, back at it. Putting in a couple more carves down here at the end. And now going for that backside 360 one more time. That time, looks like he's going to get it and pump his way back into the wave. Nicely done for Alex Hudkins. Redemption on the trick that took him down. You'll love to see the riders get back up with confidence and take down the trick that took them down. Well, just a reminder that today is the semifinals and tomorrow is the final round of action. Day number 2 here at the Nautique WWA European Wakesurf Championships. And we are starting off tomorrow with our friends from Wakewell hosting Wake Church at 8:30 a.m. Everyone's welcome, and we would love to have you come join us for a positive service to start off your Sunday morning. Come join us at Wake Church at 8:30 a.m. Right now, Alex Hudkins trying to get back on the water and kick off that front foot. A little ollie north right there. You can check out this Nautique replay, putting in some carves to get things going way up over the lip of the wave. And then right here, taken to the air. Oh, man. Just couldn't quite get back into the rhythm. Alex Hudkins still has plenty of room here in pass number 1. We're going to get him reconnected. At this time, we do need our girls 13 and under skim division. Girls 13 and under skim, start making your way down to the dock. That's Abigail Perrin, Emma Proudfit. Start making your way down to the dock, as well as boys 13 and under skim, Kurt Calhoun. Grab your things and make your way down once again. Abigail Perrin, Emma Proudfit, and Kurt Calhoun. Start grabbing your skim and head on down to the dock. Well, next up on the water, you saw him in the surf style. Now he's going to show you what he's got on the foil. Again, I can't stress enough how talented this dude is on every single device that he rides. Team Nautique athlete Noah Flegel taking a turn on the foil. And man, there is nobody that does it better than Noah. Big carve right there at the wave, floating high, and a huge front side air, reaching down, grabbing Indy. There's the mute grab, again, getting the amplitude way up above the water. There's that backside 360, completely unstrapped, untethered, and there's the front side 360. Not sure how he's able to keep that board attached to his feet with no straps needed. Noah Flegel continuing to blow minds where he's able to do 360s in both directions completely unattached. Not quite able to get that front side 360 under his belt, but man, oh man, you can tell the confidence and how comfortable he is on the water. Obviously feeling comfortable behind that Super Aeronautique G23 Paragon, the boat that he rides and trains with at home in South Florida. Now Noah getting back up, getting back after it. There's that front side 3, locking it back in right at the end of the course, showing you that it's just a fluke. And Noah, so talented, even when he's just standing on the foil, not doing any tricks, he's still blowing minds at how deep in that wave he can ride that wing. Check that out. He is behind the wave and yet still able to find the push. Well, he's not done yet. That's one pass down, one pass left to go for Nautique team athlete Noah Flegel, finishing finishing us off here in the Pro Men Foil division. After this, we're getting started with our skim divisions. So once again, all 13 and under skim riders, Abigail, Emma, and Kurt. Start making your way down to the dock. After that, we'll have amateur women skim, 14 to 34, with Elin, Molly, and Kaylee. Well, Noah blasting off of that lip. Huge air right there, and then going Superman style as he grabs the board, kicks his back feet off. There's the 3 shove from Noah, making the board do a full 360 underneath his feet before landing back on it. Absolutely mind-blowing. At this point, it's just wizardry of how he keeps that foil attached to his feet. There's 360s both directions from his backside stance. And I told you there is no one who does it better than Noah. Even a 3 shove from his backside stance. Absolutely awesome. Put your hands together for Nautique team athlete Noah Flegel. Absolutely blowing minds out there because that's what he does best. Well, right now we are going to take a quick break, let our judges reset, and then we're going to get back into the action with our skim riders here at day number 1 of the WWA Nautique European Wakesurf Championships. All right, all right, all right. We are back in the action and about to kick off our skim style category here at the WWA Nautique European Wakesurf Championships. And kicking us off right here, we've got a young lady out of Switzerland. This is Abigail Perrin. Abigail starting things off. Nice shove right there, doing that backside shove, and now swiveling around into her switch backside stance. There's the switch big spin, doing the 3 shove underneath her while her body does the 180 back into her dominant stance, followed up by that 360, and then unwinding it with an opposite 360. Nice frontside air. This young lady been training with world champion Sean Silvera for a handful of years, and right there going down on the 3 shove. But man, Abigail Perrin might be young, but she has got the skills well above her age range, and you love to see it. This young rider coming out of the French region of Switzerland, traveling here with her mom and brother, and doing a great job so far. Well, now Abigail back up, trying the 3 shove one more time. Unfortunately, going down. Well, it looks like she's going to take a chance to get wet and reset at the end of pass number 1. And we're going to see what she's got left in the tank as we turn her around and bring her back down for pass number 2. You can check it out on that Nautique replay. Again, trying for that 3 shove, just not able to bring it down. Well, here in the skim division, the rules remain the same. Each of these riders is going to get 1 run that consists of 2 passes, 1 pass down and 1 pass back. During those 2 passes, the riders are able to do as many tricks as they want. There is no limit on the number of tricks that they can do, but the judges are always looking for quality over quantity. So we're going to see what Abigail Perrin has left in her tank as we get her ready for pass number 2. Now, if the riders do happen to fall at any point during their passes, they will get 1 pickup per pass. So if they fall in pass number 1, they get picked up 1 time by the boat. Their run will continue right where they left off. Now, if they happen to fall a second time, unfortunately, that pass will be done, and they will be taxied down to the end of the course. The falls don't count against the rider. They won't actually deduct any points from them, but it does take up valuable real estate in the rider's run. Time when they could be landing more tricks and getting more tricks on their scorecard. Now, all the judges are in the boat. They got the best seat in the house, and the boat, the best boat in the world. We got the Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon serving up the best wakes and waves in the business. And it's all happening out here at the beautiful Bota Ski Water Sports Complex. Huge thank you to the entire Bota Ski crew for hosting us out here. And right now, Abigail Perrin back up, back at it, swiveling around, grabbing the rail as she goes into that front side 180. And now doing the shove it and then front shove out. Nicely done. Abigail putting together those 2 shoves. There's another one for good measure. This time trying to spin out of it. Unfortunately, just getting caught up on that spin. Now you see here, only her first fall in pass number 2. So she is still going to get a pickup. She does still have a little bit of room down here at the end of the course where she can get back up. She can get a couple more tricks under her belt, and we're going to see if she can do just that as she heads back towards the start dock. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots all day long. And man, we are having an absolute fantastic day out here at day number 1 of the Nautique WWA European Wake Surf Championships. And as the throttles go down, Abigail pulling herself into the pocket very quickly. She wants to try and get a couple more tricks in before the end of the course. Oh, getting the 3 shove and landing it just in the nick of time. You love to see it. She's all smiles. Give it up. Make some noise for your first skim rider of the day, Abigail Perrin. Well, you see here, she was hustling for that last trick. Got the 3 shove, dropped right back in, and landing it clean. Awesome job from Abigail as she sets the tone for the rest of the riders coming after her. Coming up next, we've got another rider here in the girls 13 and under skim. After that, we've got Kurt Calhoun with the boys 13 and under skim. And at this time, we do need our amateur women's 14 to 34 skim. Start making their way down to the dock. That's Elin and Kaylee. But first, before we get any further, we've got one more young lady doing it for the 13 and under skim. A young lady very familiar with the Nautique boat brand. It's what she rides behind at home in Orlando, Florida. No stranger to the WWA or the Nautique Wakesurf Series. Right here, right now, this is Emma Proudfit. Emma putting in some big slashes. Nice ollie down there in the flat water. Floating up top, putting an ollie during that floater. You love to see it. And then getting down low with that backside 360. Nice job from Emma. Now setting up for a series of shoves. There's a backside shove it, making the board do a 180 while her body stays the same. And now swiveling around into her switch backside stance. Oh, going switch, big spin, and pumping hard after it. She is stoked as she gets back into the wave. Awesome job and a big trick for that young lady. Give it up for Emma Proudfit. A stand-up first pass. And man, oh man, these first 2 young ladies, if that's any indication of the action to come, man, you better get excited for what these skim riders have to offer. It seems that the future of the sport for women's skim is in very safe hands, because these 2 young ladies absolutely throwing down out there. All right, we'll back up and back at it. Emma Proudfit looking for a repeat of pass number 1's performance here in pass number 2. She is eyeing up that start of course buoy and getting ready to go OFF. She's about to go off. There's a 360, locking it back in. And then ollie frontside 180 down there in the flat water. Holding that switch backside stance before spinning out the frontside 5 Nice job from Emma Proudfit, putting in a good variety for the judges to look at. There's a shove and a shove down in the flats. She is absolutely dialed right now. There's the body varial. And man, call the cops, because this girl is killing it all the way back to the dock. Doesn't get much better than that. Put your hands together for USA's own Emma Proudfit. Right there you see Emma putting together a ton of tricks in pass number 2, ending it off with that frontside body varial. 2 stand-up passes, making a full stand-up run. And that's exactly what she wanted. You love to see it. Great job from Abigail and Emma, your first 2 skim riders. Coming up next, a young dude out of Scotland. We've got Kurt Calhoun. Kurt getting into the pocket, finding that sweet spot, dropping the knee, and then getting back on his feet. Oh no, looks like just tapped the brakes a little too hard right there. Couldn't quite make the recovery back into the sweet spot that he wanted. But Kurt Calhoun doing a great job. Only his first fall in pass number 1, so we're going to get reconnected with Kurt and let him finish off this first pass. Again, you can check out the absolutely epic conditions out here at Bota Ski. A huge thank you to the towns of Cesena and Aranjuez for allowing us to come out here. They have been instrumental in letting this European Championships happen out here. And while you're here in Spain, be sure to check out all the sites, check out all the food, check out the incredible culture of Spain. And right now, check out Kurt Calhoun dropping the knee. Oh no! And just getting dropped off the board right there. Unfortunately taking a fall, but doing a great job. Well, you see Kurt Calhoun dropping the knee, trying to stay tucked down in that barrel. Unfortunately going down, but a great job. And check out the thing of beauty, that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, the best in the business, the flagship of the Nautique boat brand. You know, back in 2011 when they brought out the first G series, it had changed the game of wakeboarding and wake surfing forever. Riders couldn't believe that the Super Air Nautique G23 could get any better. And then it did. When they released the Paragon, it changed the game once again, leveling up not only the quality of the wakes and waves, but leveling up the craftsmanship, the quality inside and around the boat as well. Nautique truly outdid themselves with the Paragon models. And right now, we are getting Kurt Calhoun back up on the water, ready for pass number 2. Tossing in that rope and getting right to work. You see Kurt surfing front side, meaning the front of his body is facing the wave. Staying right there in that pocket, carving it up, dropping down low, nicely done, getting right back into his dominant stance and dropping the knee as well. Kurt doing a great job. Oh no, just coming unglued right there. Running off the front of the board. But Kurt doing a fantastic job staying connected most of the way down. He's got maybe about a third of the course left here on pass number 2. And we're going to see how he makes the most of it. Hey, we want to remind everybody that tonight at 7 p.m., right here on site, after the event on the water concludes, we will have some fun off the water. There's going to be paella. There's going to be delicious Spanish food and fare. And we would love for you, your family, your friends to join us out here at Bota Ski for the meet and greet happening at 7 p.m. this evening. Little Kurt Calhoun back up, doing it from Scotland. And right now, coming on down, getting to the end of the course. Looks like that's going to do it for Kurt. Coming all the way from Scotland with his dad, Raymond, and doing a great job out there on the water. Hey, we need Ellen Hogland. Ellen Hogland down to the dock. Ellen Hogland, Kaylee Bott down to the dock. Please and thank you. All right. At this time, we do need our amateur men's skim, 14 to 34, start making their way down to the dock. That's Michael Peter Starling, Matthew Perrin, Nikita Berea, and Jake Parrish, and Matteo Moleri Levito. Once again, amateur men, 14 to 34, make your way down to the dock. That's Michael Peter, Matthew, Nikita, Jake, Matteo. Head on down to the dock. Right here, right now, coming out of the United States, we have got Kaylee Bott. Well, the Nautique Wakesurf Series, a group of events happening all season long, all across the world. And as these riders travel the world, competing at the different series stops, they are accumulating points at each and every contest they go to. So this weekend, not only will we be announcing the winners here at the European Wakesurf Championship, but we will also be adding points to each of the riders' overall totals, where at the World Championships, we will be seeing who ends up with the most points as the Nautique Wakesurf Series culminates with the Surf Masters in Callaway Gardens later this fall. All right. Looks like we are just about ready to go with Kaylee Bott from the USA. Kaylee going to toss in that rope. and work on surfing front side to get going. Oh no, and just getting bucked right there. Maybe just a little steeper than she anticipated. But you know what? That's the great thing about the Nautique Paragon. The wave is fully customizable with different surf settings to make it longer, shorter, steeper, mellower. And then after you get dialed in with how you want your wave, you can actually save your settings on your rider profile so that then when it's your turn to surf, when it's your turn to wakeboard, all of your settings are saved into the boat, and with the touch of a button, it can be ready to ride in seconds. Well, once again, at this time, we do need our men's 14 to 34 skim. Men's 14 to 34 skim. Make your way down to the start dock. That's going to be Michael Peter Starling, Matthew Perrin, Nikita Berea, Jake Parrish, and Matteo Moleri Levito. Make your way down to the dock. Michael Peter, Matthew, Nikita, Jake, Matteo Moleri, and that is our men's 14 to 34 skim. All right, looks like we are getting reset with Kaylee Bott. And she is starting off surfing front side, putting in some big slashes right there. Nice job slashing her way down the course. And you can see Kaylee Bott putting in a nice ollie down there in the flat water, utilizing the full face of that Nautique surf wave. Big frontside air right there from Kaylee. And there's the 360 attempt. Oh man, just couldn't quite come back together with it, but a great job from Kaylee. Hey, at this time we do need Matthew Perrin down to the start dock. Matthew Perrin, make sure you're down at the start dock. All men's skim 14 to 34. Men's skim 14 to 34. Head on down to the dock. That's Michael Peter, Matthew, Nikita, Jake, and Mateo. Make your way down to the dock. Hey, real quick, could the parents of Matteo Levito head down to the start dock, please and thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Levito, down to the start dock. Well, we've got Kaylee Bott back up, back at it. Nice ollie right there as she gets set for pass number 2, floating up top before dropping down low and putting in some big carves, big slashes. There's the front side lip slide. Nicely done from Kaylee. Front side air, and she is cruising through pass number 2, tapping on the brakes, and now getting ready to add a little gas to this fire. There's that 360 attempt one more time, and unfortunately couldn't quite stay connected. That's going to do it for her. Give it up, make some noise for Kaylee Bott. Well, that's going to do it for our amateur women's skim division. Great stuff from Kaylee Bott. Coming up next, we've got men's 14 to 34 skim. After that, we'll have open women's skim, followed by open men's skim. And then we'll be in our pro divisions for the rest of the day. Tons of action out here on the water at the Botaski Water Sports Complex. Not only your premier wake surf location, but also your premier water ski location. It is the official site of the Nautique Waterski World Series. And you can see with conditions like this, how could you not want to come out and take some laps out here at Botaski? Huge thank you to Ricardo, Christina, Nadine, Sandra, and Libor, the entire Botaski crew, and the Waterproof Pro Shop staff. They have such an incredible facility out here in Cesena, Spain, and we are so thankful for all of their efforts to help make this event possible. Well, right here, right now, we have got Michael Peter Starling out of Lake Alfred, Florida. And he's going to toss in the rope and get right to work. We saw him in the surf style earlier. Now he's in the skim style. And in the skim, you'll notice the boards have a very similar nose and tail shape. In the surf style, typically the boards have a very defined tail and a very defined nose, with large fins at the tail of the board, surf-style fins, which provide that snap, that carve, that speed into the wave for you to be able to slash hard and air out of the lip. Now here in the skim style, you'll notice that most of the boards very similarly shaped from nose to tail. Most people are riding the boards either finless or with very small fins. That gives the boards a looser feel, able to do more skate-style tricks on the water. And you see Michael Peter Starling, again, going for that no feet needed handstand on the water. Well, he's doing the front side air right there. And now checking out where he's at in the course, seeing how much time he's left. Looks like he's passing that end of course buoy. He's all smiles. He's having fun. And you know what? At the end of the day, that is what it's all about. So far, so good from Michael Peter Starling, your first rider here in the men's 14 to 34 skim division. Well, as I was saying, these skim boards, typically ridden with no fins or maybe at most a very small fin, they have this looser feel where they're able to skate around on the water very freely, very loose, which makes it necessary for the riders to really utilize the rails of the board to get their grip. And right now, Michael Peter Starling tossing in that rope and coming back this direction for pass number 2. Once again, he's going to go for that handstand out here, see how long he can hold it. Oh no, just getting off balance, not able to get into the full crow pose. But hey, that's okay. Only his first fall for pass number 2. So we're going to get reconnected with Michael Peter to let him finish off this second pass. Well, the Nautique boat brand not only putting out the boats of the future and doing it today, but man, the brand stands on over 100 years of boat building excellence. Nautique recently celebrating their centennial anniversary, and you see Michael Peter holding that handstand all the way to the end of the course. Absolutely awesome from Michael Peter, your first rider here in the men's 14 to 34 skim division. As I was saying, the Nautique boat brand celebrating 100 years, a century of boat building excellence. And you know, with a brand like that, with over 100-year history, they have got plenty of clout to stand on. Having the best boats on the water for over 100 years, it's a brand that you can trust because it's been trusted over a century. Well, right now, your next rider on the water, this is Matthew Perrin. You saw his younger sister, Abigail, ride earlier. Now it's Matthew's time to shine. Doing it out of the French region of Switzerland. And now, coming into the course, front side approach. There's a shove to get things going. And now swiveling around into his switch backside stance. Matthew doing a switch body varial back to regular. Oh man, he landed on the board. He just couldn't quite stay with the wave right there. But Matthew showing a little bit of his cards and how he has got them stacked up. Definitely a talented rider, and we're going to see what else he's got in the tank. Another young rider that's been training and riding with some of the best coaches in the world, and we're going to see how it all pays off for Matthew Perrin as we get him back up to finish pass number 1. All right, Matthew back up, back at it, and hanging in that pocket. There's that alley-oop backside 180. And now getting back into it. There's the 3 shove. Oh, man. Couldn't quite lock it down. Making the board do a 360 while his body stays the same. Unfortunately, couldn't bring that one down. But you can see that he has got the confidence to pull it in a contest. And hopefully we'll see that trick go down here in pass number 2. Hey, we do want to remind everybody that after the contest concludes this afternoon, while the action on the water might be done, the fun off the water will just be beginning. And you know what? You can't have a bad time when you're with good people. And what's better than that is having good food around you as well. So we invite everyone to come join us for the meet and greet here at 7 p.m. There will be paella and Spanish food. There will be a ton of fun people around. And like I said, you can't have a bad time when you're with good people. So come hang out at the meet and greet happening right here at Botaski at 7 p.m. All right, Matthew Perrin back up, back at it. And we're going to see if he can get that 3 shove here in pass number 2. Nice job doing frontside board slide, frontside lip slide, and then kicking off that back foot, showing the judges he is in complete control out there. And now just bouncing around, feeling out the wave. Nice slow backside 360 from Matthew. There's the shove it. Swiveling around into that frontside 180. Oh, there's the switch frontside big spin, trying to pull it out, and unfortunately just needed a little bit more momentum going into it. Check out that Nautique replay, how it all went down. You see the shove, and then swiveling into that backside stance. Now right here, trying to get that switch front big spin under lock and key. Couldn't quite make it happen this time, but we're going to see if he can have one more shot at it here at the end of pass number 2. Well, he's down at the end of the course. His last shot to impress the judges. Oh, man. Making it happen. You love to see it right at the last minute. Great job from Matthew Perrin, your second rider here in the men's 14-34 skim division. Well, check out this replay. Matthew back on the water. Getting that backside big spin right in the last seconds of his run and reverting back out of it. A killer job from a killer rider. And we are continuing on in our amateur men's skim 14-34 division. We've had 2 riders down. We got 3 riders left to go. And at this time, we need our open skim divisions start making their way down to the dock. Open women's skim and open men's skim start heading down towards the dock. Right now, we got Nikita Buria out on the water, doing it from Latvia. And he is getting things started in pass number 1 with a series of shove-its. Nice slow rotisserie style rotation on that backside 360. There's the 3 shove, stomping it down. There's the body varial as his body does the 180 while his board stays the same, getting back into his dominant stance. And then 720 degrees, 2 full rotations in the backside direction. Followed up, trying to go with the regular front side big spin. And man, a difficult trick where you're making the board do a 3 shove while your body does a front side 180. Definitely upping the difficulty. And right here, you see it on the replay, trying to get it under and just maybe even going for the 5 shove. He could have been just trying to catch the board a little earlier and then rotate his hips back underneath him. Either way, going to be an impressive maneuver, that's for sure. We're going to see if Nikita Buria can put it together here in pass number 2. Well, once again, we do need our open skim divisions start making their way down to the dock. That's Nina Ryzenkova, Johan de Seibenthal, and Nick Gorbunov. But right now, Nikita Buria on the water for pass number 2. He already put down so many great tricks in that first pass. We're going to see if he can level up again in this second pass as he grabs some rail, then turns the 180. And there's the switch frontside big spin back into his dominant stance. going 360 into the shove combo right there, linking two tricks together. There's the Gumby, making the board do a shove. His body does 180, happening in opposite directions. A series of shoves to get back, and now into his switch backside stance. There's that switch big spin. Oh, trying to get that 540 shove it. That's what he was trying earlier. You can see him rotating his hips ahead of the board, trying to catch it early and then pull it back underneath him. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make it happen. But check out this Nautique replay. A great job from Nikita from start to finish, putting together so many big tricks in those two passes. Well, coming up next, we've got a dude coming all the way from the USA, doing it out of East Texas. We got Jake Parrish on the water. Jake starting things off, surfing switch backside. He's going to get set on that wave, feeling it out. Oh, trying to go with that half cab 180 and just found himself a little too far back on the wave, not able to push through. We're going to get reconnected with Jake. And we're going to see if he can clean it up here in the rest of pass number 2. Well, he's back up, back at it. And here we go. Pumping front side, dropping down, and feeling out that Nautique surf wave. There's the shove. Oh, landing on his feet, but then just couldn't quite stay connected there. Jake Parrish pulling out all the stops. And we're going to get him ready, get him set to go into pass number 2. See what he's got left in the tank. Jake is our second to last rider here in the men's 14 to 34 skim. At this time, we do need Nina Ryzenkova, Johan De Seibenthal, and Nick Gorbanov. Make your way down to the start dock. Once again, open women's skim and open men's skim. Start making your way down to the start dock. Thanks. All right, Jake Parrish back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope and getting back to work here in pass number 2, dropping the knee. And now carving it up. Oh, trying to do that backside 360, just coming unglued. Having a little bit of trouble, but hey, that's okay. Only his first fall in his second pass. We're going to get him back up, back at it to finish off pass number 2. All right, Jake back on the board. Putting in some big ollies, some carves, and now buying his time down here at the end of the course, trying to set up for another trick. Oh, but just getting too far back and not able to pull it off. A great job from Jake Parrish, the young dude out of East Texas. Well, we're just about to get started with our open women's skim. We've got one rider left before that. At this time, we do need open men skim to make their way down to the dock. That's Johan and Nick. Make your way down to the start dock. But right now, your final rider here in the men's 14 to 34 skim, we've got Matteo Moleri Levito doing it out of Italy. And Matteo getting ready to get shreddy. Poking the nose of the board up and over with that front side board slide, then blowing out the tail with the front side lip slide. Hopping up top. Oh, he's going to try and push for it. Oh, man. Just couldn't quite get the momentum he needed. A little too far back on the wave. And unfortunately, just losing the power. Well, Matteo Levito going down early, but hey, that's okay. Only his first fall, and we're going to get him back up, back at it to finish off pass number one. All right, Matteo Moleri Levito back on the water. Surfing front side. Nice big front side air. Bouncing around, feeling it out. There's the 180 and then half capping his way back into his dominant stance. Grabbing the rail with a little tail slide. And now Matteo setting up deep. Looks like that's going to do it for pass number one. A great job recovering after that early fall from Matteo Moleri. You can see right there, grabbing the rail, mute with his front hand on the toe edge of his board, doing that little tail slide. Tons of style from this young Italian. And right there you see an epic shot of the Botaski Water Sports Complex. The full wake surf and wakeboard lake right there in front of you. On the other side of that peninsula, you have the water ski lake. Perfect conditions all day long out here. You couldn't ask for better conditions. And right now, Matteo Moleri Levito not asking for much except for pass number two. Trying to start it off with that backside shove. Unfortunately, going down. We're going to hope that he can get wet and reset before he gets back on the water. Needing a little bit of a redemption pass here in this second pass. Going down on that first trick. Hopefully it doesn't get to his head. And we're going to see the full potential right here of Matteo Levito as he gets back on the water behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. And here we go. Mateo back up, back at it. Oh, there's the shove. Oh, man. Just couldn't quite get his feet reset. Had him a little bit too far to the edge and just losing his balance. A great job up to that point from all of our amateur men's 14 to 34 skim division. Coming up next, we've got our open women skim followed by open men's skim. And man, you can see the incredible conditions. What you wouldn't know by looking at this lake is that the last handful of days out here in Madrid, it has been windy. Just yesterday, the wind was whipping around the countryside, but not here at Botaski. It was butter all day long. Perfect conditions, and these athletes couldn't ask for anything more. Right now, coming out of Spain, we've got Nina Ryjenkova. And Nina tossing in that rope, surfing front side, feeling out that Paragon surf wave, bouncing around down there in the trough, doing front side board slide to front side lip slide, blowing out the tail, and now ollieing up to the top of the wave. Nice little floater right there as she drops back into the trough. There's the shove. Oh no. Just folding over, landing with her chest down and not able to recover. You can see it. Nina looking so comfortable out there, putting in some great carves, utilizing the full face of that Paragon wave. And right there, the shove it. Got her feet on the board, but just landed a little bit with her chest down. Now, Nina back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope. Doing a little flamingo, one leg. Oh, going for the shove one more time. Unfortunately, couldn't quite pull it around. That's going to do it for pass number one. But we have still got pass number two coming at you here in just a bit. Once again, we do need our open men's skim down to the dock. That's Johan and Nick. Well, we're about to get Nina Ryjenkova back on the water at the end of the course. Get her all set for her second pass. She's got the rope in her hands, that rope getting pulled tight as the throttles go down. Nina gets up. Popping up on her feet. And you can see her riding that board backwards, possibly indicating, yeah, right there, you see her swiveling around into that Switch backside stance. Oh, and continuing to spin right there. Got caught in a little bit of a spin cycle, but got out of it. There's the shove. Nicely done. Great recovery from Nina Ryjenkova. Another shove. And now she's starting to feel the flow. Swiveling around into her front side. 180. Oh, there's the switch big spin, trying to hang with it. And man, she's just gritting her teeth, trying to make the most of it. Nina, full redemption pass right there. Getting so many tricks. She got the shove. She got the 180. Right here, you see that switch big spin, landed on the board, but just couldn't quite stay in the wave. A great job from Nina Ryjenkova. Well, coming up next, we have got open men's skim. At this time, we need Johan and Nick down to the dock. Johan and Nick down to the dock. Please and thank you. Well, if you want to follow along with all the live scoring, not only from this event, but from all WWA events all across the world, you gotta download the free WWA Ride Line app. Not only will you have scores from this event, but you can also build a profile so that you can take your wake resume with you everywhere you go. So be sure to download that free WWA Ride Line app and stay up to date with all things wake. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back into the action here at the WWA Nautique European Wakesurf Championships. I'm Mark on the mic. We'll be right back. All right, we are back in the action, about to get underway with Open Men's Skim semifinal. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots all weekend long, and we have got two riders coming at you. The first of which, doing it out of Switzerland, we've got Johann de Seibenthal. Johann tapping on the brakes and now getting on the gas. You see him down there in the pocket doing that front side 3 in the flats. There's the shove into the backside 3 and then just losing the push of the wave. Johann, an accomplished surfer, very familiar with the Nautique boat brand. And right there you see him spinning out that front side 3. There's the shove and then trying to get out of it with that back 3. Unfortunately, just losing the push of the wave. Coming out of Switzerland, Johann, a great surfer. And we're going to see if he can get a little redemption on pass number 1. And here we go, back up, back at it. There's the shove. And now swiveling around into his switch backside stance. Nice backside board slide. There's, trying to spin out of it and into that switch front big spin combo. Unfortunately going down again, but not before he got a bunch of good tricks in with the remainder of what was left for pass number 1. You can see it putting in some switch work, doing both front side and backside surfing. Johann showing the judges the variety that they're looking for. Now that's just one component of what the judges are grading these riders on, but the variety still matters, and Johann showing the judges that he can surf on either foot forward, facing the wave, either front side or backside. You know it's definitely going to help his score. Now we're going to see if he can get a handful of more tricks in for pass number 2. Also, we do want to remind everybody that tomorrow, Sunday, the finals day, we will have all our riders back here battling it out for the final round of action. But before they do, our friends from Wakewell will be hosting Wake Church Sunday morning, 30 minutes before the event. That's going to be at 8:30 a.m. So while you're out here in Spain, perhaps away from your home church, or you haven't been able to get to a church recently because of your travels, our friends at Wakewell bringing it straight to you, providing a positive message and a great way to start the day. Everyone's welcome. Be sure to join us at Wake Church tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Well, Johann is starting pass number 2 with a series of spins, both front side and backside. Right there, the shove before another backside spin. And now going in with the front side shove it. Trying to lock it in. Unfortunately going down, but fortunately for him, only his first fall in pass number 2. You can see there on that Nautique replay, Johann doing a great job spinning in both directions and then just going down on the shove. Well, he's got About half the course left to go. And he's going to toss in the rope and see what he's got left before the end of the course. There's the 3 shove. Nicely done from Johan. Oh, trying to link it up with the backside big spin. Unfortunately going down, and that's going to do it for him. Kicking us off in the open men's skim division. Give it up for Johan de Seibenthal. Well, just like that, we've got 1 rider left to go here in the open men's skim division. And it is our last non-pro rider of the day. After this, we'll have pro women's skim, followed by pro men foil strapped. And then we will end the day with pro men's skim. So there is still tons of exciting action out here at the Nautique WWA European Wake Surf Championships. But before we get to the pros, we've got one last rider here in the open men's skim semifinal. And that is going to be with Nick Gorbanov coming out of Ukraine. At this time, we do need our pro women's skim to start grabbing their things, making sure they are ready to go. That's Viola Tammy, Sophia Polishuk, Julia Leviv, Jody Grassman, Bailey Dunn. You ladies are going to be up next. But first, we have Nick Gorbanov up on the water and starting things off. Nice little 360 before the course even starts. Getting warmed up. And now ready to rip. Nice frontside air from Nick to get things going. Pumping from way back on the wave. Alley-oop, backside 180. Reverting back around. And there's the backside shove it. Another one to get his board back into that dominant stance. There's the 3 shove, leveling it up. Backside big spin, continuing to level up the tricks, stacking them on top of another. There's the front side shove, and unfortunately going down, but it happened right there at the end of the course. Doing a great job. Nick Gorbanov putting together a killer first pass. And you love to see the stacking of the tricks where each trick builds confidence so he can add on to it as he goes. He started with the 180 shove. Then he went to the 3 shove. Then he went to the big spin, adding that backside 180 into the 3 shove, continuing to level up each trick as he lands it, building his confidence and keeping that rhythm all through the course. You know the judges love to see that execution of a well thought out run making sure that everything flows nicely together. Nick Gorbanov doing a great job so far, and we're going to see if he can keep it going, keep it flowing as we bring him back through for pass number 2. Well, there is a great look at that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. The best in the biz. The flagship boat of the Nautique brand. And the official towboat of the Nautique Wakesurf Series. Well, right now, Nick Gorbanov he is back up, back at it. Spinning it out to get things going. Nice ollie north right there, kicking off that front foot. And now swiveling around with that front side 360. Nice. Oh, trying to go with that alley-oop back 3. Unfortunately, taking a fall, but fortunately for him, only his first fall. So we're going to get Nick back up to finish off this second pass. Definitely got his work cut out for him, and about half of the course left to go. Nick is our last amateur rider. And after this, we will have all pros for the rest of the day. The action continuing to heat up out here in the Spanish sun. And Nick tossing in that rope. Oh, going with that backside body varial. There's a front shove out, and unfortunately, just couldn't quite stay connected. That's going to do it for him. That's going to do it for all of our open men's skim division. Great job from Johan and Nick, both throwing it down in that open men's skim semifinal. Well, you see the beautiful scene here at Botaski. Again, a huge thank you to the entire Botaski crew and the crew at the WWA working hard to make these events possible. I'm Mark on the mic. We are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with our pro women's skim here at the Nautique WWA European Wake Surf Championships. Well, we are back here at the Nautique WWA European Wake Surf Championships and getting our pro women's skim underway. Kicking it off with Swiss rider Viola Tammy. Viola going down early, but hey, that's okay. Still got a ton of the course left to go. And we're going to get her reconnected behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. Viola, the first of 5 pro women's skim. That backside 360, nice slow, smooth rotation there at the end of the course. And that's going to do it for pass number 1. You can see that Nautique replay. Getting a series of shoves in there. Right there, you see that alley-oop backside 180. Feeling out the wave, making sure everything is to her liking. And so far, so good from your first rider off the dock for pro women's skim, Viola Tammy. All right, Viola back up, back at it, and coming back through for pass number 2. Nice ollie down there in the flat water, feeling out that wave. And right there, oh, nice, the backside big spin. Rocking and rolling straight through it, getting right back on her dominant stance. Oh, there's a little sangria shove up at the lip. And then trying to drop back in. You see right here that backside big spin. Looking so smooth. And then right here, trying to get that little sangria shove off the top lip. But just getting caught up. Couldn't quite finish the rotation. But she's got 1 pickup left to go here in pass number 2. Well, she's got a little bit of real estate left to go here in her second pass. And doing it all behind that beautiful Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. The throttles go down and Viola Tammy gets up. Pumping from hard in the back of the wave. There's the body varial now on her switch heels. And then the switch frontside big spin. Nicely done right there at the end of the course. She is stoked. Hey, let's get stoked with her. Put your hands together. Make some noise. Hoop, holler, and cheer for your first pro women's skim rider, Viola Tammy. Well, you can see there on that Nautique replay, locking in on that switch frontside big spin. She is absolutely jazzed about it. You'll love to see the athletes getting excited about landing the tricks in the contest, tricks that they've worked so hard for. When they happen at the right moment and it all comes together, it just doesn't get better than that. Well, next up on the water, originally coming out of the Ukraine, but recently been spending a lot of time out in Dubai wake surfing. We have got Sophia Polishuk. Well, Sophia Polishuk, our second rider here in the pro women's skim division. And here we go. Getting onto the wave, getting comfortable, and tossing in the rope, getting to work. Frontside board slide up and over the lip. Frontside lip slide, blowing out the tail. There's the shove. Oh, man, landing with her chest down and just not able to recover from it. A little off balance after that early shove, and it just sent her into the water. You can see here on that Nautique replay how it went down. Feeling out the wave, usually a stock trick for Sophia, but just landing with her chest a little too far forward. And unfortunately, not able to recover the balance right there. Well, we're going to see if she can have a little bit of redemption on the rest of pass number 1. Tossing in that rope. And Sophia back up. Oh no. That shove has got her number today. And unfortunately, going down for a second time. Looks like that's going to do it for her first pass. But you know what? You never know how it's going to play out. With the score coming from the full run, both passes together, an athlete can come back on their second pass and just absolutely crush it and still end up in a great spot in the seeding for the finals. And speaking of the finals, that is happening all day tomorrow. We are starting things off at 9 a.m. tomorrow, our first rider off the dock. Now, before that, at 8:30, our friends at Wakewell are going to be hosting Wake Church. Anyone and everyone is welcome. We hope that you can join us right outside of the Waterproof Pro Shop. Our friends at Wakewell will be hosting Wake Church at 8:30 a.m. A positive way to start your day, especially on a beautiful Sunday morning. We are about to get Sophia Polishuk linked back up behind this beautiful, brand new Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. It truly doesn't get any better than that. Nautique continuing to raise the bar even after 100 years of building boats with excellence. You see that the level continues to rise with Nautique boats. Well, Sophia Polishuk back up. And again, looking to make some lemonade out of the lemons she got in pass number 1. Trying to feel it out, get comfortable. There's that shove. Now you see the rhythm building right there, that backside 180. Half cab back to her dominant stance. And again, going with that backside 180 this time. Oh, trying a frontside big spin. The switch front big from her switch backside stance, trying to get back into her dominant stance with it. Unfortunately, going down, just leaning back a little too much. But only her first fall in pass number 2. You see her setting up right here for that switch front big and just couldn't quite lock it back in. Well, she gives the signal to the driver, and here we go. Her last shot to impress the judges. Sophia tossing in that rope. She wants that switch front big. Oh, and there it is. Nicely done. Taking down the trick that took her down. Making it happen. Trying a 3 shove at the end of the course. And unfortunately going down. But give it up. Make some noise for Sophia Polishuk. You see her landing that switch front big spin right there. Getting full redemption on that trick. You'll love to see it. Showing the judges it was just a fluke that I fell on it. That's a trick that I've got in my bag, and I'm not afraid to try it again. Great confidence and composure from Sophia. Well, coming up next, out of the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, right here, right now, we got Julia Lviv. Getting warmed up. Tossing in that rope, and now surfing front side. Big slash at the wave, chucking buckets at the judges. There's a series of 180 shoves. And there's the 3 shove. Oh no. Just landing a little back foot heavy, slipping out upon putting her feet back on the board. You can see how it went down here on that Nautique replay. There's the 180 shove. It's locked those in. Absolutely bolts. Then going for the 3 shove. You see just a little too much in the back seat right there. All right, back up, back at it. Julia Lviv. Ollie frontside 180 down in the flat water. There's the switch front shove while she's in her switch stance. And the switch frontside big spin to get back into her dominant stance. There's that 3 shove. Oh no. Landed the trick, but just hit the ejection button there at the end. You see how it went down. She got that switch front shove, landed that switch front big spin, and then right here, got the 3 shove. Oh, but just couldn't quite hold on to the wave. Unfortunately, got bucked off her board, but hey, she's still got 1 pass left to go. We're going to get her taxied down to the end of the course to get ready, get set to go into pass number 2. At this time, we do need Pro Min strapped foil. Pro Min strapped foil. Make your way down to the dock. That's Alex Hudkins, Joey Harris, and Noah Flegel. Once again, Alex, Joey, and Noah head down to the dock. Thanks. Well, we are getting reconnected with Julia Lviv. And as the rope pulls tight, the throttles go down. Julia gets up. And here she goes, surfing frontside. There's the 3 shove one more time. Oh no. Looks like that trick has just got her number today. You know, sometimes a trick that you have got in your bag, you've landed it 100 times before. The day of the contest, it's just not working. So what do? Do you power through and prove to yourself and to the judges that, hey, that's a trick I know I can do. I'm going to keep going after it to prove everyone wrong, make sure that I've gotten over it and it's not messing with my head anymore? Or do you move past it? Do you save it for later? Do you say, hey, I'm going to build up to it and forget about it and then come back at the end? We're going to see how Julia plays it, because it is just as much a mental battle as it is a physical one. And we're going to see how Julia Lviv puts it together here on the second half of pass number 2. Nice frontside air, some big slashes getting warmed up. There's that 3 shove, claiming it that time, taking down the trick that took her down. And there's the alley-oop backside 180, blendering out of it. Regular stance frontside shove, and she's just relieved to have gotten that trick off of her back. You love to see it. The athlete conquers the trick that was giving them trouble, and Julia Lviv doing a great job at that, keeping her composure and taking down the trick that took her down. Awesome job from Julia, your 3rd rider in Pro Women's Skim. Well, next up on the water, Team Nautique athlete. You saw her in the surf style. Well, now she is going to be locked in on the skim. Doing it out of Florida. And for the US of A, right here, right now, this is Jody Grassman. All right, well, Jody getting ready to get shreddy here in pass number 1. Huge spray at the boat, and then snapping that frontside air well above the lip. Nice alley-oop back 1, taking it all the way to 3. And now pumping from way back. There's the shove to mute, front shove out. 3 shove as she levels up, continuing to stack the tricks one on top of each other. And there's that ollie 180 down in the flat water. Oh no. And just couldn't quite keep that heel edge out of the water during that front side 3 in the flats. You see how it went down. She got that front shove. There's the 3 shove. And then down here in the flat water with no protection for the wave, trying to spin out and just couldn't quite keep her edge out of the water. Now, Jody Grassman, another Nautique team athlete that has been busy traveling around to just about all of the Nautique regattas happening in the United States. She is always a fan favorite during the regattas. People love spending time with Jody, and I don't blame them. There you see a series of shoves there at the end of the course. And looks like that's going to do it for pass number 1. We're going to get her turned around and ready to go for pass number 2. Well, you can see just picturesque conditions out there at Botaski. We have had the calmest water, the bluest skies all day long. And apparently, that's just what it's like here. No matter the weather conditions, it's always calm here at Botaski. Huge shout out to the entire Botaski crew. Over 25 years of towing the best water sports athletes from all across the world and training some of the best water sports athletes right here in Spain. Big shout out to Botaski for hosting us here. Right now, Jody Grassman going big on that alley-oop backside 360. Down there in the flat water, trying to go flat water 3 shove. Again, when they're in the flats, it's such a riskier maneuver to do because you don't have the protection of the wave to continue your push down the water. And so you are fully exposed out there with no help at all. And Jody Grassman doing a high-risk trick with that 3 shove in the flats. You love to see it. And being a Nautique team athlete, she is more than just familiar. She feels right at home behind this G23 Paragon wave. Tossing in that rope, and here we go. A little bit of room left in the course. We're going to see what Jody Grassman has in store for us. 540 shove it right out of the gate after that fall. Man, you got to respect the send. And Jody Grassman trying to pull out all the stops. Unfortunately, didn't pay off for her this time. But man, she is just giving you a glimpse of some of those cards that she has still got in her hand. Check this out in the replay. Jody going 5 shove, landing on the board, but just couldn't quite regain her balance. Once again, we do need pro min strapped foil down to the dock. That's Alex Hudkins, Joey Harris, and Noah Flegel down to the dock for strapped foil. Well, from one Nautique team athlete to another athlete you saw in the surf style, but man, this girl excels at the skim right here, right now. This is Bailey Dunn. Well, Bailey starting off with a series of 180 shove-its. There's the 3 shove, stomping it down. There's the backside big spin, stacking the tricks, loading them one after the other. There's the front side switch big spin. There's a blind body varial, and then the half cab body varial going from switch back to regular. Nice alley-oop back one for Bailey. Down here at the end, she wants to end with a bang. Oh, trying the 540 big spin. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite lock it down. But man, oh man, so far so good from Nautique team athlete Bailey Dunn. Check it out on that replay. She had gotten to the end. She had gotten so many big tricks and then trying to get that 540 back big spin under her feet. A narrow miss for Bailey Dunn, but she's not done yet. We're going to get her ready for pass number 2. And she is our final rider here in the Pro Women's Skim semifinal. After this, we have Pro Men Strapped Foil, followed by our Pro Men Skim semifinal. Well, just a reminder that after the action on the water concludes, the fun off the water will just be beginning, because at 7 p.m. we'll have a meet and greet party right here at Botaski for athletes, their families, their friends. There will be paella and other Spanish food and fare. Please stick around and join us at 7 p.m. tonight for the meet and greet. Well, Bailey going shove to mute out of the gate for pass number 2. There's the front shove as she gets back into her dominant stance. Down in the flat water, the 3 shove completely exposed, but landing it clean. Nice front side 180 ollie, completing the rotation. And now Bailey locking back in. Oh, there you go. The 540 big spin. And now pumping hard for it, trying to recover. She had to make a foot adjustment there. Check it out. There's that ollie 180, completing the rotation, and now loading up right here. Going 540 back big, adjusting her feet and then pumping back on her front side stance. Just losing the push, but she has got a fraction of the course left in front of her. And if she can pull into the pocket quick enough, she might be able to give that 540 back big another try. We're going to see if she can make it happen. Here we go. Bailey Dunn pulling in quick. Eyeing that end of course buoy. Oh no, had to rush it and unfortunately just couldn't quite pull it out. That's going to do it for her. That's going to do it for all of our Pro Women's Skim semifinal. Put your hands together for Bailey Dunn. Awesome job from all 5 of those ladies, absolutely throwing down. Well, you saw the unstrapped foil division earlier, and yes, it was mind-blowing, but prepare to be completely flabbergasted because the strapped foil is about to go down, and these guys have got some crazy tricks that they're about to show off. The strapped foil allowing the athletes to utilize foot straps on top of the foil board to lock them in, to keep them connected to the board and allowing them to do even more difficult maneuvers. And we're going to see what they can pull off right here, right now. First off the dock, Coming out of the USA, we have got Alex Hudkins. All right. Alex feeling it out, getting warmed up. Flying that foil right into that backflip, getting the melon grab on it. So smooth with so much amplitude from Alex Hudkins right into that backside 360. And then frontside 360 with the stalefish grab. Now taking out his back foot. Check it out. He just released that from the straps, doing a little 1-footer right there. And now carving around, you can see how high he's flying that foil. There's the Dirty Dancer, the 360 backflip, and Alex Hudkins nearly getting away with it. Check out this replay as he pumps forward. Well, there's that 1-footer, but now he's going to get set. He already did the backflip. He did the backside 360, and now he's going to combine the two, and right there, landing on the board, but just a little too far back on the wave. That's the Dirty Dancer, a name coined by Noah Flegel, who invented the trick. And we are going to see Noah here in just a few riders. The strapped foil division has absolutely exploded in the last couple of years, with athletes learning so many new tricks, new variations, and finding out what is truly possible on the foil if you're strapped in and ready to go. So right now, Alex coming in for his second pass, this time surfing backside to get things started. Putting in a handful of carves, and now going with that method grab from his backside. There's the front side 360. Nice job from Alex. Getting about halfway through his pass. Oh, trying to go with the backside backflip. A very difficult maneuver, as if doing a backflip wasn't hard enough. Doing it from your backside stance makes it even harder. Right there, you see just a hair short of it. Couldn't quite clear the nose out of the water. But he's still got a little bit of real estate left. And we're going to see if Alex can get that trick one more time. He's back on his front side approach and might try and revisit that Dirty Dancer. We're going to see it. There it is. Oh, man, so close. Again, essentially landing the trick, just couldn't quite get it in the right part of the wave. And, man, what an awesome display of strapped foiling from Alex Hudkins. You see him going for it right there. Getting the rotation, landing back on his feet, but just needs to land a little bit further in front of the wave, and man, he would be set. Right there, the fans go wild. And from one athlete to the next, we have got Team Nautique athlete out of Table Rock Lake, Missouri, right here, right now. This is Joey Harris blasting off of that wave, doing a huge mute grab on his strapped foil. And a nose grab to boot. So much style from Joey Harris. Not just doing the tricks, but making them look so different. There's the indie backflip, grabbing his board with his backhand while upside down in the air. Huge, lofty backside 360. And Joey Harris continuing to pump his way through. Big frontside 360. Landing super smooth. And Joey having a stand-up first pass. Check this out. You love the way he is poking out those grabs. Getting a ton of style as well as amplitude. And Joey Harris doing a great job combining the two elements and making it his own. Well, that's one pass down, one pass left to go for Joey Harris here in the strapped foil division. At this time, we do need our Pro Min Skim down to the start dock. Pro Min Skim down to the start dock. That's Lee Height, John Ackerman, Noah Flegel, and Sean Silvera. All right, Joey Harris up and at 'em. The Nautique team athlete, very familiar with this Paragon wave. Carving it up. And here he goes into pass number 2 with the tail grab. Again, poking it out. He's got the style. He's got the steez. Huge backflip, transfer, and pumping out of it. Awesome job from Joey, going from one side of the wave to the other while doing a backflip. Oh no, and then trying to get that method poke right there on his backside stance. Unfortunately, falling back. Well, check this out. There's that tail grab from Joey, and then setting out wide so that he can go across the wave right here. Going transfer from one side to the other while doing a backflip. Absolutely awesome stuff from Nautique team rider Joey Harris. And looks like he has got a little bit of the course left to pull out a few more tricks. Uh-oh. Getting lost in the whitewash back there, but making a recovery. Oh, trying the dirty dancer of his own. Unfortunately, couldn't quite bring it around. May have left for the rotation a little too early. We'll check it out on the replay. See what happened. As he fights his way back into the wave. Yeah, it looks like he started to spin before he initiated the flip, and it just got his body out of sync. But now the last rider here in the Pro Men's strapped foil, the originator of so many of these strapped foil tricks. So far to date, he has never lost a foil contest, and he plans to keep it that way. Your final foiler, Nautique team rider Noah Flegel, taken to the water. And as I said, many of these tricks people only found out were possible because Noah did them. And right there, you see the dirty dancer right out of the gate, right into that melon backflip. Noah Flegel, absolutely unbelievable tail grab, backside 360, then poking out that indie grab on the front side 3, taking his foot out, way out the back right there. Noah putting on a clinic out here for the foilers, and man, so much style. Nose grab, shifty late 360. He is absolutely automatic. A full stand-up run from Noah Flegel. No bobbles at all. And man, oh man, a thing of beauty. Check this out, right out of the gate, the confidence that Noah Flegel has to go Dirty Dancer right into that melon backflip. The kid is good. What more can I say? Well, he's not done yet, because Noah Flegel still has pass number 2. And here we go. Just when you think he might be running out of tricks, Noah pulls out something else mind-blowing, and he's talking to the boat. He's orchestrating something right here. Excited to see what it is. A Dirty Dancer transfer from one side of the wave to the other, doing a backflip 360 during the transfer. I don't know that I've ever seen anyone do that before, but if anyone can do it, I promise you it would be Nautique team rider Noah Flegel. He has for sure landed that in his spare time practicing down in South Florida. And we just happened to be lucky enough to see it while hanging out here in Cesena, Spain. All right, well, he is going to set up on his backside now and looking to add a few more tricks to his scorecard. Big melon poke right there off of his backside stance. Carving it up. Noah going front side 360, pumping for the wave and getting right back into it. There's the backside 360 off of his backside stance. And there's the backside backflip transfer from one side to the other. There's the Dirty Dancer transfer, and he is going to pump out of it, I guarantee you. Perhaps a world's first in a contest. Noah Flegel, it's just not fair. How can one guy be so good at so many things? Well, you see right there, able to do the tricks on both sides of the wave, spinning in both directions. Noah Flegel, you are amazing. Well, right here, you see that backflip transfer, getting the melon grab, and then pumping hard to once again try that Dirty Dancer transfer.
So after Pro Men coil straps and Pro Men skim, there should be brakes to shout if we need to.
Absolutely jaw-dropping from Team Nautique athlete Noah Flegel. Well done to all of our strapped Pro Men foils. Well, we are about to get underway with our last division of the day. But before we do, we are going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back with our Pro Men Skim right here at the Nautique WWA European Wake Surf Championships. I'm Mark on the mic. We'll be right back after this. Well, there you see the last division of the day. Fully stacked with riders from the United States. And your pro men semifinals about to go down. Again, if you want to check in on the scores, just like you see there with the scores of the pro men strapped foil, be sure to download the free WWA Rideline app so that you can follow along not only with this event, but with all events that the WWA sanctions and hosts all across the globe. Not only can you see the live scores as they come in, watch the live feed through the app, but you can also create your own profile so that you can take your wake resume with you everywhere you go. Building that resume as you go, sharing it with your friends, your family, your sponsors, your potential sponsors. It's only going to benefit everyone, and it's absolutely free. So be sure to download the free WWA Rideline app. It's the best way to stay up to date with all things wake. We are just moments away from getting our pro men skim on the water. At this time, we do need pro men skim down to the dock. That's Lee Height, John Ackerman, Noah Flegel, and Sean Silvera. About to battle it out in this semifinal round of action. 4 Americans trying to see who is going to take the top seed into tomorrow's final, happening tomorrow afternoon. And it's all taking place behind that beautiful, brand new Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. A thing of beauty, of elegance, but also it has the utility to back it up. Nautique doesn't just make a pretty product. They make it functional as well, giving you the best wakes and waves on the planet with the backing of a brand that has been around for more than a century. And that is how the G23 Paragon excels above the rest. Well, right here, right now, your first rider to kick things off in the Pro Men's Skim semifinal. This is Lee Height. Lee tossing in the rope, eyeing up that start of course buoy, and now starting off pass number 1, big alley-oop backside 180, double grab on it, following it up with the 3 shove. There's the 540 big spin, and then the switch Gumby to get back to regular. Front side 3 shove off of his front side stance. And there's the regular front side big spin for Lee Height. A 3 shove while the board's in that revert position, front shove out. 540 shove, leveling it up, making the board do 1.5 rotations while his body stays the same. That was a fantastic first pass from Lee Height. No bobbles whatsoever. And it was chocked full of heavy hitters all the way through. Well, he's halfway home to a stand-up run. And we're going to see if Lee Height can keep that momentum rolling downhill as we get him ready for pass number 2. All right, here we go. Lee Height back up, back at it. Pumping from way back on the wave. Nice alley-oop, backside 360, doing the whole spin in the air. Big shove to Indy, and there's the backside big spin. Now in his switch backside stance, the 540 switch front big, and unfortunately going down. He nearly had it. Looks like he got his feet in the right position. Unfortunately, just couldn't find the push. Right here, you see him setting up for it. Yep, just landing a little too high on the wave, digging that toe edge into the water and not able to push out of it. Now that's only Lee Height's first fall for his entire run. So he is definitely setting the bar high for the rest of the riders to follow. And we're going to see how he continues to raise that bar here towards the end of the course. Lee back on his front side stance. Oh man, trying to go 720 big spin, making the board do a 720 shove while his body does a backside 180. It's mind-blowing to think about all the moving parts of that trick, and Lee Height nearly stomping it right there at the end of the course. Hey, let's give it up for him as he's throwing down for you. Put your hands together. Make some noise for Lee Height. Well, next up on the water, coming out of D-Land, Florida, Nautique team rider John Ackerman on the water. He's pulling double duty this weekend, driving for many of the divisions, but now taking his turn behind the boat. There's the 3 shove to get started, backside big spin, switch front big spin combo. Then off the top rope with that ollie frontside 180 chop hop, completing the rotation. There's the 540 back big spin, and unfortunately going down. But man, oh man, check it out. Grab some fries and a drink with these combos that John Ackerman is putting together for you. Trying to get that 540 back big. Unfortunately, going OTF out the front. Now he's still got about a third of the pass left to go. And we're going to see how Nautique team athlete John Ackerman makes the most of it. Getting that rope pulled tight. John, very familiar with this Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon wave. Pumping hard from back of the wave. There's the alley-oop 360. There's that 540 back big, taking down the trick that took him down. And here at the end of the course, big shove to Indy transfer. Up and over the wave, front shove out. Oh man, fell on the easy part after transferring with a shove to Indy. There's that 540 big spin. Getting redemption on that trick. Then going shove to Indy over the wave and trying to front shove out of it and just slipping out. Awesome job from John Ackerman. And he's still got pass number 2 left to go. John Ackerman, our second rider of 4 here in the Pro Men's Skim semifinal. All right, John Ackerman back up, back at it. Tossing in the rope and pulling into the course for pass number 2. Frontside air to Indy, feeling it out, making sure everything is to his liking. Oh, going backside bigger spin. The full 360 body varial while the board's doing the 3 shove. And there's a huge 540 shove it from John. Oh, trying to go what looked like 720 back big. Check this out on that Nautique replay. 540 shove to get his board back into that dominant stance. Yeah, and then trying for the 720 backside big spin. A mega trick for John Ackerman. Trying to put it down here in the semifinals. And he's got a little bit of real estate left. We're going to see how John handles the last bit of this course. Knowing that he's got 2 riders coming up next. Oh, there it is. The 720 back big shove out. John Ackerman throwing a hammer at the end. And then trying to go chop hop front side big spin down into the flats. Absolutely epic from John Ackerman. A Nautique team athlete showing his true colors right there. Landing that 720 big spin. The first one we've seen today. Awesome job from John. Pulling out all the stops there at the end of the course. Well, your next rider, you've already seen him in Pro Men Surf. You've seen him in Pro Men Foil Unstrapped. You've seen him in Pro Men Foil Strapped. And now taking his turn for Pro Men Skim. The only athlete to ride in all 4 disciplines for the pro men, and that is Nautique team athlete Noah Flegel. Talented beyond comprehension, and we're going to see what Noah's got for us. As that rope pulls tight and the throttles go down on the Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, a place where Noah Flegel feels right at home. We're going to get him connected to see what he's got left in the tank. You know, the most mind-blowing thing about Noah is, when does he have time to train for all 4 disciplines? And that's just for surfing. He's also a top-tier pro men, top-rated wakeboarder as well. And he can compete with the best of the best in wake skating too. I'm not sure how he finds time to train in all these disciplines, but man, I just quit asking questions and start calling the tricks. Noah going 360 shove. Nice one-footed alley-oop backside 180. There's the mute grab, big spin right into the switch front big. Alley-oop front side, alley-oop backside 3, then blendering into that next 3. Unfortunately, slipping a foot right there, coming unglued from his board. You see that those big spin combos, and right here, an uncharacteristic fall from Noah Flegel there about halfway through his first pass. We're going to see what he's got left. Noah likes to put the pressure on. And so even with just a little bit of room left in the course, you better believe he's going to try and squeeze in as many tricks as he can. And here we go. Tossing in the rope even before that wave fully forms. He's getting ready. There he goes. Alley-oop, backside 360. Oh, trying to go 540 back big, and unfortunately going down there at the end of the course. Man, an awesome job. And what a display of athleticism from Noah Flegel. Locking back in right there with that alley-oop back 3. Trying to go 540 back big, just slipping off. But he's still got one pass left to go. And we're going to see what he's got. Hey, a quick reminder that immediately following the action on the water, we have the meet and greet party right here at Botaski at 7 p.m. There's going to be paella, there's going to be Spanish food and fare, and man, there's going to be great people. And you can't have a bad time when you're with good people. So stick around, hang out, and have fun into the evening right here at Botaski with the meet and greet after party. All right, Noah Flegel tossing in that rope and coming back in for his second pass. Going alley-oop back 5. No other riders doing that. And then trying to get, look like a 540 back big. But man, Noah Flegel, he is just built different. No other riders are doing this alley-oop back 5 like Noah. Locking in like that. And then trying to get that 540 big spin under his belt. That trick giving him a little bit of trouble today. We're going to see how he adapts this run. And here we go. His last shot to impress the judges. Team Nautique athlete Noah Flegel on the water. Big mute front side air, reaching down with that front hand, grabbing the toe side rail. Oh no. And then going down on the regular front side big spin. Looks like that is going to do it for him. And we are going to see how it all plays out in the semifinals as we have got one rider left to go. Not only for the division, but for the day. And what a day it's been. Again, we cannot give enough thanks to the crew at Nautique, to the crew at the WWA, and to the crew here at Botaski, putting on an incredible day one for the European Wake Surf Championships out here in Cesena, Spain. But we have got one rider left for the day, and another rider who's been pulling double duty. He has been your chief judge for this event, now taking his turn behind the boat. A man who has done it all and won it all. Right here, right now, this is Sean Silvera. Sean starting things off, kicking that front foot off with that judo alley-oop 360. There's the 3 shove. Right into the 540 back big. And man, that trick has been taking riders down. A trick we've seen Sean Silvera do hundreds of times. Giving him trouble today. You see him landing on the board, but just a little too far back in the back seat. Slipping out. We're going to see how he makes an adjustment right here. The Sliv, Sean Silvera, one of the most decorated wake surfers of all time. Not only talented wake surfer, also the coach for a lot of these wake surfers that have been coming up in the sport. There's that judo air right into the 540 back big, stomping at that time, and then going switch Gumby back to regular. Oh no! Trying to go frontside 3 shove off his frontside stance and just couldn't quite hang on to it. He got the 540 back big. He got the switch Gumby to get back into his dominant stance, and then trying to go frontside 3 shove, but just couldn't quite lock back in. Well, Sean Silvera, he has had his back up against a wall many times in the past and come out victorious. Thankfully, today, almost acting like a practice day for these pro men where they are all qualifying into the finals, but today still matters because it demonstrates their seeding going into the finals. So whoever is the top seed in the semifinals will be last off the dock tomorrow, and that's the place these guys want to be, where they can see what the other riders have done and know what they have to do to get out there. Sean going alley-oop back 3, blendering around. There's the front side 180 off the top lip. Again, getting back into the rhythm. There's the 540 shove. Front shove out, getting his board back into his dominant stance. There's that front side 3 shove, getting right back into the wave, taking down the trick that took him down. There's the regular front side big spin. There's the switch Hail Mary, the 360 body varial, and the switch bigger spin. Oh man, trying to hang on to it there at the last minute, and that is going to do it for him. Check out that Nautique replay. Sean Silvera putting together a stellar second pass. Right there, the Hail Mary, and then the switch bigger spin. Oh, looks like he just got tripped at the end of the course. That's going to do it for Sean. That's going to do it for all of our pro men skim. And that's going to do it for day number 1 here at the Nautique WWA European Wake Surf Championships. Huge thank you to Bota Ski for this incredible venue, and to the WWA and Nautique for always hosting the best contests around the globe. I'm Mark on the mic. It has been an absolute pleasure announcing for you today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day number 2, the finals day, happening right here at Bota Ski. We're excited to get underway at 8:30 with Wake Church, and then first rider off the dock at 9 a.m. We hope to see you there, and we are about to get ready for the after party happening right here at Bota Ski. So I'm going to go get some paella and hang out with some great people. Stick around, have some fun, and we will see you tomorrow morning for day number 2 of the Nautique WWA European Wake Surf Championships.